What's up, everybody? Good morning and happy Thursday. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios this morning. A big thanks for tuning in however you're tuning in from. If it's on those radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available online at sportstalk1051.com. You can stream it up over there. You can stream it up on your Alexa devices. Just say, yo, Alexa, play WAYY. Video stream also up and rolling here this morning on YouTube. So go over there and check it out. Join in on the chat room over there. Multiple different ways for you to be joining in on all the fun on this Thursday morning. What do we have on our game plan? What are we going to be chatting up here today? We got Fantasy Football with Mr. Eric Balkman coming up a couple hours from now, just past 9 o'clock. So if you have any fantasy football questions, start to text those puppies on over to our Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912. We'll get to Mr. Balkman and answer some of those questions answer some of those questions for you. So, but you could text those anytime right now. Start to hit me on up with those texts. So, also we'll catch up with DNR Jake for a little Tailgate Outdoors. That's coming up at 8:30 with the deer gun season opening up next weekend. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask them. Don't be shy. Don't be a little nervous to maybe ask a DNR warden a question. Better to ask than maybe get in trouble, right? So you can start to hit me up with those texts. Easiest way, best way for those is hitting us up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line with a quick text. So that's your normal Thursday guests and such. So we'll get to those fine gentlemen coming up a little bit later on. We'll chat some hoops as the Bucks last night falling to the Charlotte Hornets. No Giannis. A little bit of a problem for the Bucks last night. So struggled to kind of get it going here. A 111-100 loss to the Hornets last night. Bucks getting outscored in every quarter except for the fourth, but they scored the same amount of points there. So just couldn't get it going. Kyle Kuzma got in the starting lineup. And he struggled from the field, just shooting 25%, only 8 points in 30 minutes. Miles Turner, he was able to help out with 21. Ryan Rollins, again, continuing his good start to the season. He led the team in scoring for the Bucks with 25 points. Portis putting up 14 off the bench. But, again, no Giannis, a little bit of a problem. And I think this is probably, for everybody who thinks that the Bucks need that more consistent, maybe a more of a legit second option, second scorer. They could point to a game like last night, going up against a Hornets team that was coming in with just 3 wins and saying, see, this is why if Giannis can't play or if he's going to miss time, they need that other go-to option. No offense to Ryan Rollins and such, because Ryan Rollins so far this year is averaging a little over 17 points per game and just under 6 assists. But, again, I don't want to speak for all Bucks fans. I think there's a good portion of them will look at a game like last night's and say, this is why we've been saying they still need maybe that legit. I don't know if I want to use the word legit because I feel like it kind of knocks on the other players a little bit too much, but maybe a little bit more of a consistent second option on this ball club. That Robin to Giannis's Batman, like we say a lot of the times. So Bucks will try again against the Hornets coming up tomorrow for an NBA Cup game. This is going to be in Milwaukee, though, so got to imagine. I would think Giannis is going to be back for that game, and then it's a back-to-back because you got the Lakers, too. So, he's going to be up for that one. But Bucks right now off to a 7-5 start to this season. Packers held a little bit of a walkthrough instead of a normal practice on their Wednesday. So, again, a little bit of a short week. Big reason why they decided to do that. But Matt LaFleur did chat with the media a little bit yesterday. For anybody hoping, wishing, crossing their fingers that he would give up play calling, ain't happening, which it should not be a huge surprise whatsoever. Should not be a surprise. But, not really. I think some of the other stuff to come from his presser yesterday, McManus, he's going to continue to be the kicker. Brandon McManus, here's the thing, too. With the injury report yesterday, even though it was a walkthrough, and the injury report was based off an estimation, McManus wasn't on there. No more excuses. I don't want to hear any more excuses about, well, McManus is dealing with a quad issue and that sort of thing. No. That goes out the window now. You can't use that. If you're not on the injury report, especially when it's a walkthrough sort of thing, no, can't use it. The only two that would not have practiced yesterday would have been Nate Hobbs and Lucas Van Ness, which means Matthew Golden would have been limited. Romeo Dobbs, Matt LaFleur saying should be good to go here too. So fairly healthy for this point in time at this point in the season. But also yesterday, Giants making it official that Jameis Winston will start. He is going to be starting in this game on Sunday against the Packers. So kind of curious, maybe a little bit of I'll admit I'm a little surprised that they already declared it. Not a whole lot of gamesmanship there. A lot of times you'll see teams say, well, we'll see. We're going to give it up to game time or give it up to the weekend and that and try to get a little bit of a competitive advantage, or try to play a little gamesmanship with the other team, with the other ball club and make them force them to prepare for a couple different options. Maybe the Giants kind of helped out the Packers here a little bit by saying, all right, not going to be Jack Stark, it's going to be Jameis Winston, and so they get a little bit more time to prepare for Jameis Winston. But regardless, we know who it's going to be. And you look at the Giants injury report, too. It's fairly long. It was fairly long yesterday. So, but I'll be honest, too. Like, I'm still nervous. And this is 100%, I think, a must-win game. Xavier McKinney yesterday in his media session with reporters did call it a must-win. Did say this is a must-win game. I would agree. I know some probably don't feel that way at this point in the season. I think it is. I think you have to go with the mindset that this is a must-win game. It's an opponent that, I'm sorry, even though it's on the road, you should beat them. It's a conference game. You just dropped 2 conference games back-to-back. You're in a tight conference race, a tight division race. You need any sort of tie-breaking scenario that you can get your hands on. You need any type of advantage. And considering what's coming up for the rest of your schedule, yeah, this is definitely, in my opinion, a must-win game. Xavier went on to say, I think it is a must-win. I think we've put ourselves kind of in a sticky situation. We still got a good blank team. We got a championship-level team. But no question about it, they definitely have put themselves in a rather sticky situation. So we'll talk plenty of green and gold here this morning. Also, we'll kind of we got, it's MLB award season going on right now. And Skubal getting the Cy Young, no big surprise. Paul Skeens also getting the Cy Young. I don't think those are two big surprises, right? So, but Freddie Peralta, in case you're wondering, where did he finish on the ballot? He got 4 third-place votes, 11 fourth-place votes, 10 fifth-place votes. So 44 total points, which was good enough to finish 5th on the ballot. He was just 3 points behind Logan Webb to finish 4th. But Freddie Peralta finishing 5th in the National League Cy Young race. So even though don't really get anything, but to get recognized for that, I think, yeah, absolutely. And, Polsky's, I think, was the odds, unanimous. He was unanimous, got all 31st place votes. Christopher Sanchez got all 32nd place votes. So, it was a legit 1-2 race. And then Yamamoto from the Dodgers ended up finishing 3rd. He got 16 of the 3rd place votes. Logan Webb got 10. And then Freddie Peralta got the remaining 4 3rd place votes. So I still maybe think Freddie Peralta didn't get enough attention, maybe credits, praise from the national peeps, from the national peeps throughout the season. But again, I'm not too surprised how it all kind of played out and such. So, but we're gonna find out who MVPs are and such coming up here as well. But maybe we'll throw a little baseball chat into this as well. Give me your predictions. You think we'll see a little bit of an upset in some of these MVP votes or not? I don't think we will, but we'll kind of see how it plays out. So, and then, hey, whatever else is on your mind, all right, let me know. If you got a topic suggestion, you got, hey, man, been thinking about this. What's the armchair MVPs out there? What are their thoughts on this? If you got a topic suggestion from the Packers world, Bucks world, Brewers world, Badger world, whatever the case may be, you got that, hit me up. All right, shoot it on over to that Shoe Doctors bullpen line with a quick text at 715-830-1912. Okay? Let's get things rocking and rolling here this morning. That's your game plan. We'll take our first break and get the leadoff going here. We'll chat a little green and gold. We do have some Bucks chats on the way as well. And, hey, send me those fantasy football questions so we can get those to Mr. Balkman. And your hunting-related questions or fishing or any outdoor-related questions that you'd like to ask our DNR warden buddy, Mr. Jake Boakes. All right, leadoff coming up. If you are a part of our Pro Football Weekly Pick'em Challenge or the Survivor Pick'em Challenge, don't forget to get your picks in since, well, the new week begins tonight with the Jets visiting the New England Patriots. Perhaps one of the biggest surprises, them and the Colts. Patriots 8-2 with a chance, a very good chance to go 9-2 to begin the season. So get those picks on in. Maybe the Patriots might be a good survivor one for tonight's going up against the Jets. Hey, if you pick it and they lose, don't blame me though. So you know the drill. If you're a part of it, just hit up our website, click on the Fan Cave, and scroll all the way down to the bottom for that. So all right, let's get things rolling here this morning. So I was perusing around a little bit earlier this morning, just kind of reading some stuff, catching up on some news, and just checking out some opinion pieces. And Judy Battista from NFL.com, she had a piece up that said, or it's about the 19 players and coaches with the most at stake down the stretch. I'm like, oh, okay, so there's got to be a couple of Packer references in that thing. It has to be. No, not one. Not one. I mean, for the quarterbacks, it's, a couple of youngsters with Dylan Gabriel, Tyler over there with New Orleans, Tua, she mentions Kyler Murray, Geno Smith, Joe Flacco, retirements, Aaron Rodgers, Tyreek Hill's future, the coaches, Mike McDaniel, defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus, a couple other coordinators, but not one mention for Matt LaFleur, Jordan Love, or anybody like that. So, got me thinking. Couple things here. Got me thinking a little bit. One, are we as Packers fans out there, are we making too much about status of Matt LaFleur going forward and next year with, his job security? Is he on the hot seat or not? Are we as Packers fans, I'm putting everybody as a collective group in this thing, okay? Are we making too much out of it? Are we overreacting too much out of it? Or are maybe some from the national side not making a bigger deal out of it, and they're completely wrong? And yes, LaFleur should be on the hot seat. Jordan Love should be questioned a little bit. And the other part in this too, for me, is, okay, we've listed a lot of people these last couple days around the Packers organization, whether they've been front office, coaches, players. If we flip that question, or if we kind of altered this a little bit, the people with the most at stake down the stretch here for just Green Bay, and you had to put it in order, like one, the person with the most. Give me a couple, or just give me the one. Who do you think? I say people because it doesn't have to just be a player, and it doesn't just have to be a coach. Okay? Think about that for a hot minute, and who do you think? And put it in order if you've got a multiple people. Okay? Or if you just want to pick one, that is completely fine. Who do you think from Green Bay's side of things has the most at stake down the stretch? And I forgot to mention also, too, today is enough is enough. It's Thursday. Enough is enough. Give me your best. Enough is enough. And maybe for some of you, because, after that game on Monday, on Tuesday, it was a little bit of a grind my gears Tuesday. There were some Packers fans saying, hey, let's pump the brakes here a little bit. Let's stop overreacting. So maybe for some of those fans, you're like, enough is enough with all the talk about Jordan Love. I will say this. Yesterday, if you're on social media, especially on Twitter or X, whatever the heck we're calling it still, you got the vibe that there was enough is enough from some people talking about Jordan Love and a lot of the talking heads out there just, saying how bad he is and he's not the guy. And there definitely is some fans who believe that too. But got the sense from a lot of people who cover the Packers and talk about the Packers yesterday was kind of there. Enough is enough with this. 2 weeks from the talking heads, you can't say he's an MVP candidate and then now saying he's just an absolute bum. So I feel like there are probably some fans who still would put that out there too, or would add that to their enough is enough. But going back to the question I'm throwing out to all of you from a Packers side of things, who has the most at stake down this stretch? Well, you could put Jordan Love on here, but to me, he wouldn't be number one because, let's be real, Jordan Love is not going anywhere after this year, right? I mean, he's not. Okay. Now, if you want to say, well, he's got the most at stake down the stretch to shut up some of the narratives that are surrounding him out there, to quiet down some of that talk out there. Okay. Yeah, I could buy that. So it would probably depend on how you are going to define what's at stake. If you're talking about job status as alone, Jordan Love's probably not up there. If you're talking about just the perception, the narrative, that sort of stuff, yeah, Jordan Love's probably going to be a little bit higher on that list for some people. But for me, I look at this at stake, job security, overall confidence, maybe within the locker room team, all the above. To me, it's still Matt LaFleur. He's going to be up there pretty darn high, if not number one. I'd throw in a couple coordinators into this thing, though, too. Or I should, not coordinators per se, but position coaches. Because a lot of times when we see things that aren't going the greatest, right? Or certain positions aren't going the greatest. And a lot of it, that energy gets channeled directly to the head coach and such. And what do we see a lot of times? We get a change in position coaches and that. And that's where I'm looking at, for one, what are the positions we have the most angst about, the most gripe about? Offensive line. So I'd say offensive line coach Luke Butkus probably has a lot at stake here. You lose out on Jenkins. Matt LaFleur said yesterday, Sean Ryan is going to be the starting center going forward. So I think we know, for as much as we're kind of throwing out there, hey, what could this offensive line look like going forward? It's going to be Walker. It is going to be Aaron Banks. It is going to be Sean Ryan, Jordan Morgan, Zach Tom. All right. Luke Butkus. I think he does have a lot at stake. Because what is going on with the offensive line? Now you lose out on Jenkins. I'd also throw in there the wide receivers coach for Green Bay, Ryan Mahaffey. Promoted to the wide receivers coach in 2024. Last year, what were some of the issues with receivers? Drops. And you look at some of the play from this year. Granted, Jaden Reed has been hurt. You see Matthew Golden maybe not making the biggest impact that people, fans would like to see. And a couple of drops here and there. I think you kind of look at it, whether it's right or wrong, he might be somebody that's like, okay, we need more consistent. We need better production, maybe from some of the wide receivers. Is he a guy to kind of keep our eyes on? And then I would throw offensive coordinator Adam Stenavich into this too. I'd definitely throw him into that category of people within the Packers that have to or have the most at stake down the stretch here. along with Matthew LaFleur. So those individuals would be at the top for me. Maybe a little Rich Bisaccia into this thing too because of the kicking situation and just the overall special teams. It's been like, what are we doing now? Is that a personnel thing? Because we've had people say, why is Romeo Doubs returning kicks or why are we doing this? Is that a personnel thing where it's like, hey, we don't have any other options? What else are we going to do out there? So, yeah, and the thing is like I don't see Green Bay. I really don't, especially if Matt LaFleur is back next year. I don't see Rich Bisaccia being gone. So how much do you really put him in that category of a guy, a coach that has a lot at stake? I'd personally put him up there, but I don't know if it's a realistic type of move. And I think it goes back to the question. It's like, okay, is it scheme? Is it personnel? Honestly, it's probably a little bit of both. But which one would you direct more of that blame on? And I'd throw this person in here too. Maybe not way up high, because if I had to pick between the two of who was most likely to, if I had to pick between these guys, like this one's going to go first, this one's going to stay, I'd throw Goody in here just a little bit. I don't think Goody's getting fired. I do not believe that. But I do think there's a little bit maybe down this stretch where it's like, okay, the Micah Parsons thing, awesome. Aaron Banks and Nate Hobbs, do. So there's a little bit maybe at stake, just a skosh. I'm not saying he's gone or should be gone, but those two free agent moves are not working out. And we need to see Aaron Banks play better. When Nate Hobbs is back, we need to see him play a whole lot better. And you could say, well, it's Banks and Hobbs that have the most to prove down the stretch here, which, yes, you would be absolutely correct. But given their contracts and their situations, pretty sure they'll be back with the team next year. So their security is a little bit there. But that's where I kind of go then to Goody in this sense. Is like, we got to see these guys play at a high level. I mean, they're starters. They're guys that are eating up a lot of money. If Banks is going to continue to be on that starting offensive line, he has got to be better. He is part of the problem on that offensive line. Nate Hobbs has got to play better. And a lot of that's going to fall on Goody because he is the general manager. Kind of like, with the coach, with LaFleur, plays not there, offensive issues, a lot of that. Who's going to die on that sword? It's going to be Matt LaFleur. Same with some of the moves in free agency. It's going to be Goody. Other players that we can throw into this for who's got the most at stake down the stretch, if we kind of look at it like, all right, here's an opportunity for some of these guys to maybe earn a pay raise, maybe earn an extension, that sort of stuff. I'm going to say like a guy like Luke Musgrave. After that Tucker Kraft injury, we kept, saying who's the player, or this is an opportunity, for Lucas Musgrave now to really jump up and take the bull by the horns and play incredibly well and make a name for himself. And it was kind of quiet. Now, again, was that the play calling? Was that the scheme and that sort of thing? We'll see. But, I mean, depending on the recovery time of Tucker Kraft's ACL, is there a chance that he might miss the beginning of next year? And if that's the case, there's going to be a little bit more on Luke Musgrave. So Luke Musgrave, there's a lot at stake for him to prove that, hey, I was worthy of that second-round pick. A second-round pick is a high pick. And there's a lot at stake for him to make himself some decent cash coming up in the future. Same for a guy like Dontavian Wicks, I would argue. Romeo Doubs, who is entering a contract year, or is in a contract year. We need to see, from Wicks' perspective, there's talent there. Did have a drop again, though, the other night. It's the consistency factor. Romeo Doubs has a chance to, he's going to get a pay raise. but there's a lot at stake going down this stretch here too, maybe to pad up those stats a little bit and increase that number. We could look at a guy like Devontae White and Quay Walker on the defensive side. Quay Walker's in need of a new contract. Devontae White's going to be under that fifth-year option. There's a lot at stake for those guys to make some extra moolah. Maybe even throw in a Carrington Valentine if you want, who is going to probably continue to get reps in that starting group. And dare I say, is he the top corner on this team right now? Or maybe the best way to say that is he the best corner on this team right now? Between him, Nixon, and Hobbs, Nixon has a boatload of pass breakups. But which corner do you trust the most? And it doesn't have to be like, I don't feel good about it, but if I have to trust this guy, it's going to be so-and-so. I might go Carrington Valentine. And you kind of look at it, if he continues to play well down the stretch here, that sets him up going into his fourth year in a pretty interesting and maybe a financial rewarding spot for him. So who are some of the other people? Players, coaches, front office with the most at stake down this stretch run. Threw out a bunch of names for you. Who do you got? We'll take a quick break. We'll get to some of your messages and stuff. We'll be back after these few words. Winter and the holidays are coming, even though maybe some of the temperatures don't feel like they're coming anytime soon. Don't let aches and pains slow you down, though. At Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, they help you get back to on your feet, back on the field, and feeling your best. Whether it's a sports injury, joint pain, or something that's been nagging you all year long, their expert team can help make the pain go away before the snow flies. Don't wait any longer. You can make your appointment today by visiting cvosm.com. That's cvosm.com. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, getting you moving again this season. Benjamin EC saying, enough is enough with the atrocious special teams play. Special teams coordinator has to be on the hot seat. Then Ben, just you texted wide receiver coach ? I'm assuming you mean, like, do we throw him in? We did mention him as a possibility. We did mention Ryan Mahaffey on that list. So I think it's somebody that maybe you kind of keep an eye on, along with maybe a little Luke Butkus, the offensive line coach and such. Living a Dream Jeff says, is Rich B the issue? Special teams hasn't been any better since his arrival. The fact that he is the assistant head coach, is that also hindering some of the offensive issues? I guess give me a little bit more why maybe you're thinking that, Jeff. I think mostly he has that title. Again, I'll go back to Monday night's game with his assistant head coaching title. I think that almost he's kind of the guy that maybe controlling to line of scrimmage, or not to line of scrimmage, the sidelines when the defense is out there. Because, I mean, you go back to Monday, what's one of the images that's going to stand out is it's Matt LaFleur as the head coach, but as the offensive play caller as well. He could go to the back of the bench and sit there and look on a tablet and make notes and such. Still need to be a head coach, and I think that's where Bisaccia kind of steps in and such when the game is still going on. I think that's a lot where his role, and you can see it on the telecast too, with when there's some decisions, you can see LaFleur kind of going back and forth with Bisaccia in that. But Drew from Eau Claire says, Matt LaFleur has a record of 72-36-1. Why are we calling for a guy to get fired who wins twice as much as he loses? Might be a hot take, but Jordan Love is a good quarterback, not great quarterback like Rodgers or Favre. Well, I mean, Drew, that's where we did the poll a couple days ago. Our post-Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question: who would you direct most of the blame at? And half of them, and we had like 5 different options. It was quarterback, it was head coach, it was injuries, it was et cetera, et cetera. Half of it was directed towards the head coach. And I think you're going to have a lot of people that will say, okay, yeah, a lot of wins in the regular season, but can he win in the postseason? Can he win a Super Bowl? I think, I don't want to speak for all fans, but I think there is a group of fans that maybe question, can he lead them to a Super Bowl? Can Matt LaFleur, is he the guy to lead them to the Super Bowl? Because let's also be real here too. I think we could say there's some issues. There's a little bit of a funk going on right now for a team that has, I would say, a lot of talent on their roster, but it's just not clicking. And especially on the offensive side. Defense is playing well. Defense, I think, is playing up to a lot of expectations. But offensively, it ain't working. But not everybody believes that Matt LaFleur should be let go. Not everybody believes that he is the biggest, maybe, issue or problem, or however you want to phrase it. And I don't like coach firings. Like, I'll say this again. I am rooting for LaFleur to work out. I am rooting for him to get this thing turned around. And all of a sudden, this team, offensively specifically, is playing a lot better. I'm rooting for that to happen, because if that happens, that means the team's performing well. I'm not going to actively root for anybody to get fired just to try to get a different voice in there. And, well, okay, let's say LaFleur does get let go. It's not a guarantee that the next guy coming in is going to be better. We don't know that. Nobody knows that. Even if you think it's going to be Jeff Hafley, you don't know it's going to be better. It's a risk. And it's one that I'm glad I don't have to make. That's a decision for Ed Policy and Brian Gutekunst. They're the ones that have to figure that one out. So I'm glad I don't have to. But I do think there is a lot at stake going down the stretch here for LaFleur, maybe to quiet some of that doubt. The biggest thing for me, outside of wins from this ball club going forward, is can you tell if he still has that locker room? That's kind of the thing that's surrounding Mike McDaniel right now with the Dolphins. A lot is going to be decided on his future, on whether that team, that locker room, those players still believe in him, still buy into him. And I think this is going to be a big thing for LaFleur down the stretch is, does this team kind of continue to still believe it? It's not towards, and I've seen people kind of make this comparison. It's not, I don't have the same feeling like we did in 2018 with Mike McCarthy, where you could just tell. I mean, that Cardinals game was the end of the road for him. I'm not there yet. I don't have that feeling yet. Maybe some do, but I don't. I don't have that thought. Is it approaching that? Is it maybe a little bit closer there than I would have imagined at the beginning of the year? Yeah, probably. But I still think there's a lot for him to kind of, and the thing is, we got to go back to what Ed Policy said at the beginning of the year when asked about contract extensions. Why is this year such a pivotal year for LaFleur? And Pete Daughtry, who covers the Packers and has covered the Packers for years, actually just talked about this in his Q&A with fans just yesterday. Remember, Ed Policy said he's not a believer in giving or having a coach for just 1 year on his deal, which Matt LaFleur would have next year. But he didn't want to give him an extension at the beginning of this year. And I totally agree with that. And I'm totally fine with that. So, and as Pete noted, it's probably not, if they decide to keep it, it's probably not going to be just a 1 year extension. It's either out or a 3 to 4 year extension. After this season, however it finishes, it's either going to be LaFleur's gone or it's going to be a 3 to 4 year extension. It doesn't feel like it's going to be somewhere in the middle. And if he just gets that 1 year extension, that's a tell. Whenever that coach gets just that 1 year extension, that's a tell. That's a tell that you're on the hot seat. That's a tell that they're not fully believing everything or fully committed. They want to see a little bit more. They want you to, it's kind of that prove it deal. Even though technically you would have 2 years, it's if you just only get a 1 year extension, it's kind of like that, okay, you got to prove it to us. And I would agree with what Pete said, and Pete's way smarter than me. After this year, he's either gone or he gets that 3 to 4 year extension. That's why I think there's a lot at stake for LaFleur down the stretch. Because if they miss the postseason, taking away major injuries, will there be ramifications from that? Remember, too, they're not going to have first-round picks coming in to save them or help them out with depth for the next couple of years either. Can't get better through the draft in the first round, at least. All right, we got to take a really quick break. We'll wrap up the first hour coming up after these quick words. If it's time to get your vehicle in for that oil change, or maybe you need to get some new tires to do battle with the upcoming Wisconsin winter, maybe you need some new brakes, or maybe you just need some engine work done. Whatever the case may be, our good friends at AJM Automotive, they can help you out. Whether it is from those, from something as maybe simple as an oil change, or to some engine work, or those brakes and tires like we mentioned, they can help you out, or maybe help you tune up that snowblower for the upcoming winter season. And don't forget, they do offer towing services as well. So keep this number handy, 715-835-9523. Keep it handy just in case you do need that tow, or to set up your appointment to bring your vehicle in to get some work done. Located 1919 Brackett Avenue, right here in Eau Claire. All right. So you could continue to send me your Enough's Enough this Thursday. Maybe that sports take that has been out there the last week or so that you're just like, man, enough is enough. Enough is enough. What is it? What is it? You can text them on over to me at 715-830-1912, or you can put it up on the video stream, on the YouTube video stream too. So we'll get back to some more of those. Coming up next hour, I want to talk a little hoops. Bucks falling to the Hornets last night. Was last night's game an example for you why you believe the Bucks need a more legit, a more consistent, maybe just straight up a better second offensive option? No offense to Ryan Rollins, who led the team in scoring and such, but I mean, no Giannis last night going up against a Hornets team that has just won 3 games so far this season. And the Bucks got outplayed. Was last night that example? Like, hey, this is why they need that. Or are you like, let's hold up a little bit. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. Too early. Maybe you're like that. Too early. So, also, let's have a little fun with this too. MLB awards have been announced this week. Tonight, we're going to find out the MVPs. AL, NL. Give me your predictions. In the National League, will it be Ohtani, Soto, Schwarber? American League, Judge, Ken Cal, the big dumpster, can he do it? Or is it going to be Jose Ramirez from the Guardians? Will it be just like last year with Ohtani and Judge going back to back? Let me know. Hit me up with your picks. Okay, 715-830-1912. Last night was the Cy Young winners. Paul Skeens getting it in the National League, unanimous. Christopher Sanchez, all the second-place votes. Freddie Peralta finished 5th overall in the National League Cy Young voting. So, and then Skubal from the Tigers also getting the American League Cy Young Award too. So I do want to talk some Brewers coming up in the next hour here too. A little bit of a Brandon Woodruff updates from the Athletic. So a little bit of a nugget here surrounding Brandon Woodruff. So I want to talk about that, hit that up coming up in the next hour here, because it is, to me, that is one of the more interesting decisions in the coming days here for the Brewers, and essentially for Brandon Woodruff too. I mean, remember, the Brewers did extend him a qualifying offer, and as Ken Rosenthal and Will Salmon, who we've had on the program before, he used to cover the Brewers for the Athletic. You know, does that also, with them willing to give that qualifying offer and potentially give him a boatload of cash for 1 year, is that also kind of a sign for other teams where they're like, hey, maybe the Brewers, okay, maybe the injury, maybe his health, actually in decent shape? Some interesting points that I want to hit up on from the Athletic in that. So, because we had GM meetings going on in Vegas and such, so got some hot stove updates to get to here. we'll hit that up, and then Hoops Talk as well. We'll get back to some more Packers chat too. I think the Packers will get back to a more regular practice today. Later on today, they had a walkthrough session after a Monday night game, but the injury report was based off estimations and that. So just Nate Hobbs and Lucas Van Ness would have been DNPs, did not participate. So, but we'll get back to more football talk coming up a little bit later on as Packers get set to take on the Jameis Winston-led New York Giants and interim head coach Mike Kafka too. So, hey, you want to talk about players or people with the most to prove down the stretch here? You got a couple right there. Mike has been, last few years, talked about as a potential head coaching candidate. Well, here's his audition. Maybe Jameis Winston, he did sign a 2-year deal for the Giants, though, too. But, hey, maybe another shot to prove that the team needs a quick starter or something like that in the future. Maybe he has a chance to add a little bit more to his resume. But, gosh, I really hope we don't lose to the Giants, man. I don't want to come in on Monday with a loss to the Giants. Oh, that's going to be rough. All right, one in. We got 2 more to go. Let's talk some hoops and baseball coming up in the next hour. Bucks falling to the Hornets last night. And let's talk a little Brandon Woodruff. Couple of interesting nuggets from the Athletic I want to go through. We'll be back after these news updates. All right, second hour kicking off right now on this Thursday morning. Big thanks for tuning in wherever, however you are tuning in from. Coming up next hour, we'll chat with Mr. Jake Boakes, Wisconsin DNR Warden, answering your questions as we get set for the upcoming hunting season. So send those questions on over to our Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912. Also, you can we got fantasy football chat coming up here in just a little bit. So if you got any questions that you want Eric, messing my monitors up, dude. If you got any questions for Eric Balkman, you can text those on over to 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. So start to send those on over so we can get those to Eric as we get set for another week of the fantasy football season. I know some of you, as Eric mentioned last week too, starting to get closer and closer to the postseason for fantasy football. We'll get to some of your texts coming up here in just a little bit, your comments on the video stream and that. We're going to kick things off this hour talking some hoops. Bucks last night, no Giannis, falling to the Charlotte Hornets 111-100. Giannis just sounds like taking the night off. They'll be going up against the Hornets again on Friday for round 2, I should say, for the NBA Cup. But last night, Ryan Rollins leading the way for the Bucks with 25 points. Miles Turner contributing 21 points. Bobby Portis off the bench, 14 points, nearly a double-double with his 8 rebounds. Pete Nance also contributing 10 points. But with the loss, the Bucks falling to 7-5 on the season, as we are a few weeks into this regular season here. If you're looking at the standings for the NBA, you got the Pistons still up top, the only team in the Eastern Conference with double-digit wins, 10-2 to begin the season. They're riding an 8-game winning streak. You got the Cavs, Knicks, 76ers, Hawks, and Heat as your top 6. Although the Bucks have the same record as Atlanta and Miami, and they're sitting in that 7 spot. Western Conference, it is all Oklahoma City right now, 12-1. But the Nuggets are right behind them too. They're riding a 6-game winning streak with a 9-2 record. Then you got the Spurs, Rockets, Lakers, who the Thunder just beat last night, sitting at 8-4, and then the Minnesota Timberwolves sitting with a 7-4 record. They're riding a 3-game winning streak. They're going to be back in action tomorrow, taking on the Kings too. So, but for a lot of you last week, when we threw out this as a poll question, our post Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question that we put up on our Facebook page, and one of them was, do you think the Bucks still need a legitimate number 2 option to be behind Giannis in case maybe Giannis does miss games like he did last night and such? Do you feel like they still need a legit, more consistent number 2 option? And for some of you that have chimed in already this morning, you agree, like last night was an example, going up against a Hornets team that coming in had only won 3 games for this season, no Giannis, and it was a problem for the Bucks last night. So, yeah, quite a few of you chiming in right now. Ben says on the texting line, absolutely, they still need to find that legit second option. Don't know who it would be or whether the Bucks can be able to make any moves with that. Adam says, absolutely. Still think they need another outside shooter, a consistent outside shooter that Giannis can kick it to while driving to the lane. Nathan says, yep, just don't ask me who it is because I don't know what the Bucks could potentially do, considering they don't have a lot of assets that they could trade away. And another texter, don't have a name for you, but he says, he or she says they do need another option, but they don't have anything that they could get in return. Bucks will be back at it tomorrow again, taking on the Hornets. This time it will be in Milwaukee, second round of the NBA Cup, and then it's a back-to-back. Interesting stretch of games here for the Bucks coming up here, not only taking on the Hornets for their group stage on Friday, but then the Lakers come to town on Saturday. Then the Bucks go to the Cavs on Monday. The 76ers come to Milwaukee next Thursday, and then next Saturday, you've got the top-seeded Detroit Pistons coming to town, and then potentially maybe Dame. Dame won't be playing, but the Trailblazers are coming to Milwaukee, and we'll see if Dame travels with the Trailblazers to Milwaukee at that point. Did last night's game Was last night's game an example of why the Bucks still need that second option, and maybe still, for some people, not a favorite in the Eastern Conference in turn?
Oh, I agree 100%. They need a second and they need a third. Turner, a big guy, helping when he plays, but they do need an option there when Giannis doesn't play. And I was just listening on the way in this morning about somebody on talk radio was talking about the Joker. Played back-to-back, and he scored 50 points one night and 35 the other night. And, he's an animal. That guy plays all the time. He's really something. And so it's disappointing when you hear Giannis didn't play just to keep him out for a rest, this managed rest or whatever they call it. And it is frustrating. They do need a second person, but, how much can they afford? And I know they're looking at the whole season, and I appreciate that. But still in all, it's frustrating when, you've got one of the best players in the game and he's sitting out, not really hurt. If he is hurt, they don't tell us what he's hurt over. It's frustrating. But how I agree with the texters, how can you afford it with the Bucks' resources? And who will it be? Who's going to make somebody available? And everybody knows the Bucks need a second person. And so they're going to hold you up for it if you're going to trade for somebody. So they're in a tough spot right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they definitely are. And honestly, there's not going to be, if there was any moves, not until after the new year and such. So won't be until maybe January. Trade deadline's not going to be until, it isn't until February. So don't get your hopes up if there's going to be any moves coming down the wire here. All right. Switching gears here. Speaking of hoops, I should mention Marquette men's basketball did pick up a win last night too. So shout out to them. The Badger women's team picking up their third win of the season to start off 3-1 so far this season. They defeated Little Rock. UW-Milwaukee did fall to Indiana last night, but closer to home. For Division III, UW-Eau Claire defeated St. Benedict thanks to a three-pointer made with just 11 seconds left in the game. And UW Stouts with a big win, defeating 13th ranked Bethel. So just a couple of college hoops notes over there too. So
I was over at the Sonntag Center on Sunday watching the Blue Gold women's team playing. And boy, are they young. Holy man, they got like 10 freshmen on that team or something like that. So they'll grow into it, but, they're growing. Let's just put it that way. They lost to, I believe it was Ripon College. And, I'm sure they'll look at the tape and say, we should have won the game, but they didn't. But they're a young team, and they're going to get better.
Mm-hmm. Baseball-wise, we're going to find out who the MVPs are tonight. Is it going to be Aaron Judge and Ohtani again? Can Cal Raleigh somehow, some way, maybe I think he should win it, but given the odds out there, it seems like it's going to be Judge and Ohtani again this year. But again, the finalists are Ohtani in the National League, Kyle Schwarber, and Juan Soto. In the American League, Aaron Judge, Cal Raleigh, and then Jose Ramirez. I think for Jose, thanks for playing. You're going to finish third. Not to be a jerk about it, but that's probably going to be the case there. I think really the only race is going to be between Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh. Ohtani, I think, is going to win the National League.
You think?
Yes. Yes.
I think you can bet your paycheck on that.
Kyle Schwarber will finish, I think, second, and Juan Soto will probably finish third in that one. But at least the Judge and Cal Raleigh one's going to keep me a little interested to see how that one finishes off. I think it should be Cal, but I don't know if voters will go there.
I mean, they're both great players. I mean, Judge puts up numbers that are spectacular, but what Raleigh did this year, and it's a year award. It's not a career award. And while Judge has been great the last few years, Raleigh kind of came out of nowhere. He's been a good player, but this year he really stepped it up. And being a catcher makes it that much more unbelievable what he did. And I think, too, that that's going to be a tight race. If I had to bet, I'd say Judge is going to win it. But Raleigh sure making a race out of it. And if he does win it, I don't think anybody could complain.
If Raleigh doesn't win it, what has to happen then for somebody that's not a Yankee, not a Dodger, to win the MVP?
It's going to take some big numbers, but you can't take anything away from Ohtani and Judge. I mean, I don't care if they're playing in Kansas City. They deserve to be the MVPs with the numbers they put up. But being in those big markets, they attract a lot of attention, obviously. And I don't know, it is a good question to ask. If Judge was playing in Seattle and Cal Raleigh playing in New York, would it be different? I think so.
I think so. I was just going to ask that. You put those numbers, but flip the teams. Is Cal the MVP?
Absolutely.
I think he is.
I think he is too.
100%.
Yep.
And
big markets make a difference.
When you talk about Cal, you look at you talk about big numbers. That's a catcher. That's a switch hitting catcher putting up big numbers. Seattle making, and I know it's a regular season one, but I mean, led Seattle nearly to the World Series.
Yep. And how many games? I don't know how many games he played, but when you're a catcher and you hit that kind of home run, those numbers, and play the way you did. He had good numbers for throwing runners out as well, but I don't know how many games he played, but I think he played most of the season.
159 out of 162.
That's an Iron Man.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to see how many
basketball players should take a look at what this guy did.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, Giannis took the night off to rest. Look at what Cal Raleigh did, Giannis. He's catching. He's in a crouch for the whole game. I mean, that's what has me really frustrated about, and I bite my tongue about professional basketball, but this managed rest or managed load management, and then you take a look at what Cal Raleigh did. 159 games as a major league catcher.
Now, I should be fair, 121 catcher, 38 as a DH, but still.
Well, he's in the lineup.
Yep, and same with, I would argue, William Contreras. We see him firsthand, and, that type of mindset where, Pat Murphy, how many times has said, can't take Contreras, or when Willie Adames was there out of the lineup.
They're mad.
They're mad when they convinced him how many times to put them back in the lineup and that too. So
helped make him manager of the year twice in a row.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I mean, even that means Cal Raleigh played in all but 3 games this year. Aaron Judge was hurt. And I don't want to take away the numbers that he put up. I mean, they were fantastic, and they were off to some, ridiculous starts. You're talking about, remember, beginning of the year, there's people saying, is he the best right-handed hitter of all time with some of the numbers he was throwing out? I don't want to take anything away, but it's like, you got a catcher here in Seattle who, finished the season with some all-time numbers, 60 home runs, 125 RBIs. It's just, I don't think we're going to see that from a catcher anytime soon.
I was just going to say the same thing. This is, to me, he's still going to be a great player, but I think this was a one-time deal of putting up those kind of numbers for a catcher. I really do.
If I had a vote, and I don't, and it's probably a good thing, but it would go to Cal.
My vote would go too.
Yep. I'd probably still go Ohtani in the National League, although I think you do have to look at Schwarber in that push towards the end of the regular season he had to.
Yeah, but he was pretty much offense only. Well,
and that's the thing, too, is like, can a DH win an MVP?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I doubt it. It's like trying to get a DH into the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
He finally got, what's his name?
David Ortiz, Edgar Martinez.
From Seattle area. He got him in. But, I just think this was such a phenomenal year for Cal Raleigh as a catcher. I think he deserves to be the MVP. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think he deserves it.
I 100%. And I think you do have to factor in the catcher role, but also not just from the offense because he's a catcher, but the fact that he has to work with that pitching staff too. You used to play catcher, just the importance. That's a position that you have to be on every single pitch, every single play.
Yeah, and you got to control the defense. You're the only player that sees everything in the field from your position.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to, the managers and coaches will move infielders around, but the catcher plays a part in that as well. And I just think it was a phenomenal year, unlike any catcher in the history of baseball has ever had.
Right. I just love the fact that he's a switch hitting catcher too.
Yeah, that's remarkable.
Mm-hmm.
And good from both sides of the plate.
Yep. Hey, let's talk some more baseball. We got some tidbits surrounding Brandon Woodruff and the Brewers. This is from The Athletic. We'll go through that. This week it's been GM meetings and such, so some hot stove items. And I would say one of the more interesting things to watch this offseason for the Brewers is going to be surrounding Brandon Woodruff. While the Athletics' Ken Rosenthal, Will Salmon have a couple of tidbits surrounding what could be the plan for Brandon Woodruff this offseason. We'll take a quick break, and we'll talk some more Brewers baseball coming up after these quick words. One of the biggest questions this offseason is going to be what's the plan for Brandon Woodruff as GM meetings have been going on this week in Las Vegas. Got a little bit of some nuggets here from Ken Rosenthal and Will Salmon, who we've had on the program a few times. Will Salmon used to cover the Brewers for The Athletic. But just a couple tidbits here. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but in their section called Waiting on Woodruff, the Brewers' decision to extend right-hander Brandon Woodruff a one-year, $22 million qualifying offer was stunning for a low-revenue team that generally resists paying players big money. Only one player, Christian Yelich, has received a higher annual salary as a Brewer. Woodruff, who turns 33 in February, has made only 12 starts in the past 12 seasons. But the market for starting pitcher might be so robust, he still might reject the Brewers' offer. Interested clubs, in fact, might view the Brewers' willingness to pay Woodruff a combined $17.5 million for him to barely pitch in 24 and 25, and willingness to sign him for another $22 million as evidence of their faith in his health going forward. There's also this. The qualifying offer for Woodruff is not out of line when compared to the Boston Red Sox signing last offseason's free agent Walker Buehler to a one-year, $21 million contract. If Woodruff signs elsewhere for more than $50 million, they will receive a draft pick at the end of the first round. If he signs for less than $50 million, the pick would be after the competitive balance round B in the 75 to 80 range. But if Woodruff stays and the Brewers also keep Peralta, their rotation will be in good shape. Brewers general manager Matt Arnold said, "We're focused on bringing him back. He's been a guy that you could count on in big games for years. He's maybe the best big game pitcher that I have been around. We're in a window where we want to be competitive, and we think he can help us." If Brandon Woodruff decides to accept that $22 million qualifying option, remember, too, part of the buyout that Brandon Woodruff, he took the buyout, or didn't pick up the option, excuse me. Brewers have to give him $10 million. You're talking about potentially around $30 million for Brandon Woodruff this season if he accepts that qualifying offer from the Brewers. What would be your reaction to Brandon Woodruff potentially making $30 million for 1 year for the Brewers next year?
If he can pitch, I think he's worth the money.
For 30, that'd be the highest paid player on the Brewers.
Yeah, well, he's shown when he's healthy, and that's a big when. He is a top major league pitcher. His toughness and his pitch rotation is second to nobody else on the Brewers squad. And I think he would be the Brewers' best pitcher, taking nothing away from Freddie Peralta. But I think Brandon Woodruff could be the difference between the Brewers repeating again next year if he's healthy and if he takes the Brewers' offer and he, is in that rotation. I think he makes a lot of difference, if he can start 25, 30 games next year.
So if you had to pick between one, who would you rather have, Peralta, who's only going to have $8 million on getting paid next year, or Woodruff?
Well, with that kind of money and the history of Woodruff, I got to take Peralta because Freddie had a good year last year. I wouldn't take anything away from Freddie Peralta's year last year. He was 5-inning Freddie, but still in all, he was there. He answered the bell. Woodruff didn't.
And you look at Freddie's career; he's been healthy for a big chunk. Did finish fifth in last night's Cy Young voting for the National League too. So I think you're probably That's the other big question, and we talked about it earlier this week already about Freddie Peralta and whether he would be back in that, and kind of some comments all over the place from Matt Arnold about the Freddie Peralta status. I feel like Freddie Peralta, the Brewers have no problem having Freddie Peralta on the roster for next year. I don't feel like the Brewers are actively shopping Freddie Peralta, but I also feel like they're of the mindset, hey, if you want to call and make an offer, we'll listen, but it doesn't mean we are going to shop him. And if somebody gives them this magnificent deal, I think they'd be open to that. But I don't think they're actively out there shopping Freddie Peralta.
I don't think so either, out of loyalty to Freddie, because he's been a good warrior for the Brewers for quite a few years. Like you said, he hasn't been injured that much. He's had his time on the injured list. But, no, I think Freddie Peralta deserves some thanks. I know that everybody says, well, this is a business. Those major sports are a business. I can appreciate that. But still in all, hopefully the team and the community would have a little bit of allegiance to Freddie Peralta.
Is it different when it comes to small market where it's a little bit more personal? You know what I mean? Like, the business side, which you're right. But does it mean a little bit more? Because look at the Brandon Woodruff thing, where they didn't have to sign him to a 2-year deal when he was hurt.
No, right.
Does it make a little bit of a difference to have those relationships and keep those relationships positive when you are a smaller market team?
I think so, because you're more part of the community in a smaller market than you are when you go to New York or Chicago. Minneapolis is considered basically a smaller market when it comes to Major League sports. And, you'll see these guys out at restaurants and grocery stores and people like that, places like that, and people say hi to them, and I don't think people go crazy and 30 of them stand around their grocery cart, but they're part of the community. And I don't think in New York and L.A., can you imagine Shohei Ohtani going to the Piggly Wiggly? I mean, I just think he'd have a hard time getting his shopping done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And in Green Bay or Milwaukee or Minneapolis, Kansas City, hey, Freddie, how you doing? This, that, and other thing. Good job last night or whatever. And how much, depending on how much they go out. But I think I would enjoy that a whole lot more than being that, that goldfish in a bowl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I do think that, Green Bay to me is a little bit different. That's not to get completely off topic, but when you're a quarterback Green Bay, I wonder if that's been a lot of the issues why Favre and Rodgers kind of like turned different a little bit, because you're put so far on a pedestal to where it gets to your head like you're the king, and if you start to demand and do this, and then when it does it, that's where I don't know if that's part of the issues why everything's kind of changed with those two mindset wise, because they seem like, especially Rodgers earlier on in his career, then he turned kind of weird. Like your feet get kissed everywhere you go in Green Bay, and you get praised and all this. I don't know if that got into his head a little bit.
I don't know, but I don't know if it does in Green Bay. If, you see these guys and they're just people. You see them out. I mean, I've seen you have too, a lot of stars in a situation that wasn't on the athletic field. I've seen them at stores and restaurants and bars, and I've talked to them and this, that, and the other thing. And I think it's more, really and truly, because they're out more in Milwaukee and Green Bay in the community. I think the community is accustomed to seeing them. Mm-hmm. There are always going to be people that's, especially kids. But I think in a place like Los Angeles, which is Star Town in New York and places like that, Philadelphia, I think it is more of a thing, an event, when these guys show up at a grocery store or someplace like that, because I don't think they do a lot of that on their own. But in Milwaukee and Green Bay, those guys go with their family and buy groceries.
Well, I remember Rodgers would always talk about going to the mall Black Friday and do some shopping and stuff when he was, earlier on in his career in Green Bay.
And they'll get attention. That's only natural.
But I think also, too, it goes to, I would say this, you get more positive media attention as compared to because that was a thing, right? When Rodgers was going to the Jets, everybody was like, oh, have fun with that media. Yeah, and it was a different world.
And I think that played a part in it. In his lack of success in New York.
Yep.
I don't think he was used to that guy. He's big star, national star, MVP. Everybody thinks he can handle everything. New York is a lot different than Green Bay. I don't care how big a star you are.
That's why I would argue, when you come to these free agent talks, like nobody wants to go to Green Bay, nobody wants to go to Milwaukee or anything like that. But I would flip it around like, hey, if you want more positive, where you're not always under the microscope and getting hate and questioned, as much and such, that would be a benefit to go somewhere to Green Bay.
And the local media is different, but New York media versus Green Bay or Milwaukee media is different. But still in all, you're playing a national game. And the Green Bay Packers get every bit as much attention as the New York Jets and the New York Giants. Now, in New York, they're writing about their teams. But in the national media, they're talking about the Green Bay and the Kansas Cities and everybody else. So it's just within that market where you happen to be playing, there's a lot more press, and the press in the big cities is a little bit more
brutal.
Thank you. But really and truly, I think to live in a small market and play a major sport, I think that's an advantage.
I do too. And I think, okay, for all the Matt LaFleur talk right now, if this was in New York, would it be a little bit louder? A little bit more.
A little bit louder.
I mean, his photo might be on the back page of the New York Post. Jordan Love might be on the back page of the New York Post, and that. So,
and you bet they'd have his picture, a big picture, not a little thumbnail sketch. You're talking a 5x7, 8x11, or whatever, 8.5x11, whatever those are, and there's going to be a big headline above Matt LaFleur, in or out.
Yeah.
He has to go. Things like that. You don't see that in Green Bay or Milwaukee.
No, I mean you'll see a little bit here or there, but it doesn't get the tension that it would do. And I think
after day after day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and things have changed in the social media world and such, where you got people that still post about it and talk about it and blogs and stuff, but not to the level of an LA, a New York, or anything like that.
But you look at some of those bloggers and some of these podcasters, and they're just talking because they've got to talk. How much real content do most of them? There are some real, journalist people that know how to follow a story. A lot of these people on these podcasts are just reactionary and spouting what they've heard, what they think they've heard, what they think they've seen. And so, it's really, I don't even call it journalism, obviously. It just changed the way the public, unfortunately, will react to these podcasts. The fact that how much fact is there in this? I mean, you talk about fake news. I think there's more fake sports news than there is anything else, because I've listened to some of these podcasts. I think, where did they come up with that? It's just, but again, you don't have to be based in fact. You just have to have an opinion, and you can be a podcaster.
Well, I mean, it's kind of what we're doing right now, though, too. So
yeah, we're stating facts. I mean, New York is a tougher media market than Green Bay. That's a fact.
Yeah.
And I mean,
but whether if you want to say Matt LaFleur should be fired or not is an opinion, part of it. So
absolutely. That's what I'm saying. In a big market, he would come under a whole lot more scrutiny as in a small market. No question about that.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think that's I don't know, if I was a coach or something like that, or a free agent, that would be a draw to me personally.
Oh yeah, it'll affect because the money. You look at the money. Here's guys that come to Green Bay. When Reggie White came for $17.5 million, and Micah Parsons comes for $188 million or whatever his contract is. That's in Green Bay. That's not Dallas. That's not New York. You're still making that same kind of money. And believe me, you're going to buy a fancy 3-bedroom condo in Green Bay versus a fancy 3-bedroom condo in Dallas. There's a lot fewer zeros in there.
The one thing, though, I would be, I've always said this, like, if I was one of those Packer players making a boatload of cash, I don't know if I'd want to buy the biggest, best house in Green Bay, because then once you got to resell it, it's going to be sitting for a while. So
I agree with you 100%.
Because Rodgers' house is still for sale.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah. I don't know how big it is or that, but I would assume it's probably a fairly decent price.
I would imagine.
That sort of thing. That would be like the only thing is like, do you want to have the biggest, the best house in Green Bay? Probably not, because.
And why does he? Why do these guys want? I mean, obviously your status, you can afford it, you do it. But he wasn't married. He didn't have a family. What is
Aaron?
Is he running a boarding house there, or what's he doing?
You talking about Aaron or
Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah. I don't know.
If you have a family, that's fine. Favre had a wife and kids in Green Bay, but but no, I agree with you. You buy that big house in Green Bay, you don't have the retail or the resale market that you'd have in New York, or Los Angeles, or Denver, or Miami. That's for sure.
All right, we got to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more coming up in just a few minutes. Packers will return to practice later today, holding a little bit of a walkthrough yesterday since it's a shorter week with their Monday night game, but should be a little bit more of a normal practice for the green and gold today. So, and based off the injury report from yesterday, estimations, nothing really major out there. The only two still. DNP was Nate Hobbs and Lucas Van Ness, which were no surprises over there. But the new season kicks off tonight, or new week kicks off tonight. You got the Patriots and the Jets. So if you have any fantasy football questions, text those on over right now before we get to Eric here in a little bit, our fantasy football expert, Mr. Eric Balkman. So text those on over to 715-830-1912, and we'll let Eric help you set your lineups. Texter, don't have a name. Just kind of came in just a few minutes ago. Fire Matt LaFleur talk. He's going to finish the season. And at this point, there is zero reason he shouldn't. If Matt is not here next year, Jordan Love's seat will start heating up as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be a topic going for. Matt's not going to get fired this year. It's not going to be a Mike McCarthy, mid-season sort of thing. And I think anybody who's hoping or wants that to work out, it's not going to happen this year. So.
I don't think so either. I think you look at Mike McCarthy and even Paul Christ. I think they were kind of in the same boat. I think they kind of lost their direction as far as as far as the team, as far as the way they wanted the teams to play and personnel and things like that at the college and the pro level at that time. But I think Matt LaFleur knows what he wants to do. It's just getting the guys to do it and, keeping them healthy to do it. And it's hard to, as I mentioned when I first came in here, it's hard to play in the National Football League if you don't have an offensive line. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're really struggling at the offensive line, and that hurts. I mean, it hurts the quarterback. It hurts the running back. It is just it's a tough game to play without an offensive line that can get the job done. And you watch the replays, and every time they say, well, it wasn't like somebody blitzed or this. Well, here, this guy missed this block, or this guy pulled and missed this block. It's an offensive line problem, and until they get that solved, it's going to be a long season yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and maybe that's where the hot seat should be. Offensive line coach Luke Butkus, potentially.
Well, I don't know about the coach, the performance of the players, the talent evaluation, the injuries. It's not. They weren't deep when they started the season.
Because really, when you look at it, there's only one change from last year, and last year's group was one of the better ones in the season, and the difference was Josh Myers for Aaron Banks, essentially, and then Elton Jenkins moving over to center, which Elton Jenkins is a good lineman, but it did feel like the center position was suiting him the best, and I think we have seen the last of Elton Jenkins in Green Bay because of a contract situation and such for next year too. But it kind of makes you wonder, did we take Josh Myers last year a little bit for granted? Was it the greatest center? Is he the best center? No. But from a continuity standpoint and a trust and just everybody kind of doing their jobs the right way, did we take him a little bit for advantage last year? Possibly.
Yeah, we might have done that, but whatever the reasons are, this offensive line isn't doing the job.
No. And I would agree that I think that a lot of that starts there with, if you can't open up holes in your running game, if you can't provide adequate protection for Jordan Love, it's going to have a trickle-down effect, right? It's going to affect play calling. It's going to affect, obviously, performance and results from the play. Not to excuse, Love for everything or LaFleur for everything, but it starts up front. And if they're not going to do their jobs up front, how do we expect the other guys to be able to adequately do their job? You know?
And you and I have never stood on a field in the heat of battle. And when you look at the replay, it's easy to see in a replay.
Yep.
But who saw what you see on a replay when you're watching the game when the play is actually taking place? Everybody's saying, well, Jordan Taylor is missing all these wide open runners across Jordan Love.
Yep.
Missing all these guys going across them. We've seen it on the replay.
It's easy for us with the bird's eye view.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Did we see it when the play was actually going on? Now, granted, that's what he's paid $50 million to see.
Yep.
I mean, Aaron Rodgers saw it. Brett Favre saw it. He's in his third year of starting. How much slack do you give him on this? Because it is frustrating when you do look at it and say, how could he not see that? Well, you're not standing behind the line with guys clawing all over you.
6'5", 300-pound Greek gods trying to kill you.
Yeah, exactly. So you got to cut him a little slack, but in the same breath, you got to say, that's why you're getting paid $50 million to see those sorts of things. So, it's a give and take, and, there's blame to share, and there's blame not to share. Like I said, for us, easy watching the replay, and the color guy on TV says, well, look what he missed here, a free runner.
Yep.
Well, I didn't see it in the regular play, and, of course, the screen isn't that big in the regular play either, but it's tough. But I just think that offensive line is I don't know what percentage I'd put on there, but I'd put over 50% of the problems with the Packer offense on the offensive line. Another pretty good percentage on the fact that these receivers can't stay healthy. Mm-hmm. And, there's blame to go around, but I think there are some places where more blame has to be handed out.
I would buy that. I would buy that. And, I don't know if this is a great analogy, but, put it in our perspective. Maybe the offensive line is like our board here. If this thing isn't working great, how are we going to be able to, go on the air and such?
Oh, exactly.
Yeah. That's kind of, I don't know if that's a great example, just putting it in our kind of world here a little bit. But
and you've got a game plan. Mm-hmm. LaFleur's got a game plan.
Yep.
You work the game plan all week, and you work it in practice, but it's not the heat of battle. And then when you get in the heat of battle, all of a sudden the offensive line can't do its job and hasn't done its job. I mean, there's no reason the Packers' scoring numbers the last 3 games should be where they are.
Right.
There has to be a lot of blame to be handed out, and I don't think it's all on the play caller. I think it's on the performance. And again, I throwing arrows at them, but I guess I have no choice. I think the offensive line doesn't have the talent, doesn't have the desire. I don't know what the problem is. I don't get paid to figure that out. I don't get paid to do anything. But as a fan, to watch it and the frustration you feel, I think those are the 2 areas that really are holding this team back: the offensive line and the injury to all these receivers and the drop balls. Mm-hmm. I mean, who was the guy?
First of all, Bo Melton should not have been playing that much.
Melton shouldn't have been playing. And my goodness, a high school kid could catch that ball that he dropped. It hit him right in the chest. I mean, when you're playing guys like this, they're not up to speed in the heat of the battle. And, they're just – and I'm not trying to make excuses for LaFleur because, I think he's got some problems as well.
He could be better too.
Yeah, I don't think you can drop the bomb all on him.
No, I would agree with that. But I would also say too, like, I think this final stretch here is going to be important for maybe his future.
Hard.
Yes, and very hard too. So there's a little heat, and I get it, and I understand it, and I do think, and I mentioned this earlier too, I think the unknown in all this too is, what does Ed Policy think? Because he's still new. We don't have a gauge on his thought process. We've been Mark Murphy all these years, and we could probably get a good guess or a good gauge of what he's going to do in that. Ed Policy's still kind of a wild card because we don't really know anything about him at this point.
He is, and his dad, of course, was Carmen Policy for the 49ers.
Yep.
He was around when they built the dynasty in San Francisco. Does he have a vision for this team and this franchise? I don't know. Going forward, we're going to find out, though, I think sooner rather than later.
Yep. So, all right, we got to take a quick break, and we'll start to wrap up the second hour coming up after these quick words. We just got a few minutes left to the top of the hour here. So again, coming up towards the bottom of the next hour, DNR Warden Jake Bolks will be joining us here through the phone. So if you have any questions, for Jake, especially with the opener coming up next weekend, text those on over right now, 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. And then, of course, Eric Balkman will be joining us right after that for some fantasy football chat to answer your fantasy football lineup questions. Did you storm the field last Saturday?
No, but that's because I was 50 rows up. That's a long way down there. But I sat there till the end. Mm-hmm. Never left. I don't like to leave early, but never left. And it was you could see it. I almost, if you'd asked me at halftime or part in the third, I said, I think they're going to win. I got a real feeling they're going to win. I mean, this Carter Smith that came in to play quarterback, freshman from Florida, 4-star athlete. Now, you got a 4-star athlete from Florida is different than a 4-star athlete from Kansas, like we had a few years ago with Mertens, whatever his name was.
Graham Mertz.
Yeah, Graham Mertz. And now this kid's tough. I mean, he's got to work on his passing and work with some of the frontline receivers, although they've got that tight end, number 86. He couldn't catch a cold. He and the guy that dropped the ball in the Packer game ought to work together. But this kid is tough, and he sees the field, and he really kind of fired that team up. I mean, they didn't win blowing the game open because they don't have that kind of an offense. But I had the feeling that they were going to play well. The defense, these two freshman kids that they've got at linebacker that they finally decided to play, and that's always been one of my frustrations at any level, starting in high school, where a coach will play seniors rather than sophomores or whatever that are better players. Well, they've been in the program for 4 years, and they deserve to play. Now, they're not better than the other guy. They don't deserve to play. Put them in at the end of the game or something, but that's my bias. But now they're playing the one kid had 19 tackles, and Poza, the other kid, he's a kid that stripped the ball from the quarterback and recovered it, and we scored our touchdown. I mean, these young kids that only got started to play against Oregon, where you see the defense played better, 21-7 Oregon loss because of no offense. But he's starting to play these coaches. It takes them a while to figure out that my best players are on the sidelines and not on the field. And so maybe Fickle is starting to see some of that, I've recruited, because he gets credit for recruiting a good class, but they're not on the field. Mm-hmm. And so now maybe he's playing some of these guys. But, no, I had good feelings sitting there on Saturday outside, cold and rain and snow blowing in my face. But they just looked like a team that was ready to win and wanted to win and figured out a way to win. They didn't blow them away, of course, but they won the game. That's the bottom line.
Yep. And I think, for me, I was just, I know some people are like, oh, storming the field. And you know what? Good for the kids, the players on that. They needed that win.
Absolutely. That's what I thought, too. Mm-hmm. And they were a ranked team. They were 22nd or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. 2 hours in. 2 more to go. We're at the halfway mark. It's halftime. We'll be back after these news updates. Third hour kicking off right now on this Thursday morning of November 13th. Thanks for hanging out with us this morning. Coming up at the bottom end of the hour, we'll talk some hunting with Mr. Jake Boakes, who will be joining us to answer your questions. Please text them on over right now. That's the easiest and quickest way to get those to me, so I could get those to Jake. So, again, that text line, 715-830-1912. And then an hour from now, we'll chat some fantasy football with Mr. Eric Balkman of High Stakes Fantasy Football Hour, Fantasy Football Players Championship, RotoViz, all that good stuff. He'll be answering your questions, so send those on over if you would like. We've got... that John's got a fantasy football question there, so I'll save that one. Thank you, John, for that. We've dabbled a little bit in everything so far this morning. We've talked some Packers, we've talked some Brewers, we've talked some Bucks, we've talked some Badgers. If you got anybody, I kind of like to throw this out once in a while. Sometimes somebody's got a question that they want to throw out or a topic idea that they've heard. Send them on over if you got something. We'll dabble into that as well. Hit us up with that text or join in on the video stream. So, when are you kind of in basketball hoops mode? Or are you kind of like still, I like Bucks wise? Yeah, they're going on. I don't know if I'm fully into NBA mode.
I'm not into fully NBA mode. I'm getting into more college mode with the Badgers. It's fun to watch the Badgers. I think they're going to have a pretty good team because I think they've got a lot of resources. Last year we had Crowell, and we didn't have much else underneath, and he had to play, and he was very inconsistent, maybe is one word to use.
Yep.
And now we've got 3 or 4 big guys that are good players and contribute on a regular basis. Crowell will get 15, 1, then he gets 16, and then he get none. And so these guys are much more consistent, and they got a couple of guards that Blackwell and Boyd that are going to be fun to watch, and a few in-between players. I think the Badgers are going to be pretty good this year. Now, they haven't played anybody yet, and when they do get into some serious competition, we'll have to see. But at this point in time, I'm kind of excited about the Badger basketball team.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to next Friday's game against BYU. BYU right now ranked 7th in the country, and we saw them in the tournament last year, and a ton of talent on that team. And remember that this game was scheduled after the tournament last year. I love that Greg Gard did that.
And BYU's got the top recruit in the country.
Yep. Yeah, and he's making some nice coin too for NIL and that too.
Reports are that he gave the school, just for coming to school, gave him $7 million. Now, what he's making in NIL, these kids are rich beyond their wildest belief, and they're maybe not even 18 years old yet.
Yeah, but I like that Greg Gard did that. Recognize they had a tough matchup in the tournament, and I think we all talked about that last year. It's like, oh, that's going to be a tough one. And then shortly after that, they're scheduling games like, hey, let's go up against BYU. Why not? Why not do that earlier on in a season and such? And you're right, Nolan Winter coming off of a nice game, one of the big men down there. I mean, these 3 games so far, it's kind of been, first game was a John Blackwell game, then it was a Nick Boyd game, and then Nolan Winter coming in and having himself a game just the other night. And I'll tell you what, the one thing I like seeing about Nolan Winter, he's nearly averaging a double-double right now. 16 points, 9.7 rebounds. Because that was the thing with Steven Crowell. It's like, dude, you're 7 foot and you're barely getting a rebound.
That's right.
Once in a while.
That's right. It was, there wasn't any production really from Crowell last year. It was so few and far between, you couldn't really count on him at all. But these guys now are coming in. The big guys are, I think, going to contribute. And I think it's going to be neat. And I give Guard credit too for scheduling these guys, and let's find out where we're at.
And I know Nolan Winter was talking a little bit after the game, after their last game. Excuse me, I just had a brain fart.
State.
Yes, thank you. And he was answering a question about rebounds, and his mindset is that he wants every rebound. That's the mindset he has. Every time there's a shot up, his mindset is I'm going to get that ball. I'm going to get that rebound. And when you're playing in the Big Ten, You got to have that mindset. I mean, how many times Purdue's probably going to have 500 7-footers, deep on their bench.
And I've watched some Big Ten teams play this year, and there are some big guys in the Big Ten, and it's a physical league. There's no question about it, and you better be ready to bang. And I think the Badgers will do a decent job. I'm
really excited for this Badger team. I not to put a whole lot of hope and maybe put a little hope. Why not put a little bit of hope on it? But I think they're incredibly talented. And I think, again, they're going to surprise. I think preseason had them picked 7th in the Big Ten, and I think they're going to beat that expectation again.
I think so, too. The only thing is I've been watching him, and boy, this is really a good player, that little left-handed guard that came in. He's really a good player. The only thing I've seen so far, and it hasn't been a problem really, but it's been a trend, is if he doesn't start hot, he forces it a little bit as far as trying to take an extra long three-pointer or doing something that, maybe throw it off to Blackwell and, get it back. But I think he's, with Guard is, I think Guard has grown as a coach unbelievably as far as not only on the court but off the court and the other issues and seeing what's going on, the trend in college basketball. And I think, he's maybe one of the best coaches on the campus now. Mark Johnson in women's hockey, and, there are some good coaches down there. But Greg Gard, I think, has really grown in his position in a lot of different ways. And he's made this team competitive. He's seen the handwriting on the wall. He's not going to get the top recruit that went to BYU or these top recruits, these boozers that are down at Duke and some of those players. He's not going to get them. But he can put together an awful good roster, and he's learning how to do that, and he's learning how to coach them. And, I think he's a pretty valuable coach, I think.
I do too. And I just, when we talk about going back to what McIntosh said last week with his, release and, that Luke Fickell's going to be back making it official and kind of talking about, we're going to put more money in, we're going to invest it. My question would have been, why now? Why weren't you doing it before? But then I look at Greg Gard, who recognized it, and he went and did a lot of it on his own. Or he adjusted with his recruiting. He recognized it, and he's like, I'm going to do it. I'll do it myself. And he's reaping some of the benefits of that right now. He's done a fantastic job, I think, as a coach, longtime assistant under Bo Ryan and such.
As an executive, the whole executive of the whole basketball program.
Yeah. To adjust the way he has with this new era of college, I think has been remarkable. Now, hopefully, win more games. They'll continue to win more games than that. But you got to tip your cap for the adjustment that Greg Gard has done from a coaching philosophy standpoint.
And when I was down there at the scrimmage, and they introduced everybody so fans would know who these guys are, and they introduced them not as assistant coaches, but as they have real position. Greg Steamsma, you remember the big kid from Randolph that went to the Celtics and Badgers, and he's got a position. And all their coaches have a job, so to speak, besides coaching. It's not like you go to practice and coach in a game and you go home. I mean, they've got assignments, whether it be recruiting, handling the NIL, the money portal. It's I was impressed by that he's got a corporate structure here in the basketball program. He's not, it's not like football, the defensive coordinator, the line coach, and these guys don't have the basketball program doesn't have as many assets as the football program. And probably rightly so. The football is where the major revenue has to come from. But these guys are multitasking on this basketball staff. And it's showing up. They're doing a good job. They're embracing it. And I think it's paying off.
Nope. I totally agree with you. John has a really quick topic. Just kind of a random one. Says, what is the greatest coaching tree in NFL history? Mike Holmgren, Bill Walsh, Bill Parcells, or Paul Brown? I would know my answer, but I don't know what
I don't know. I've never really thought about it. What is your answer?
Well, it's kind of...
I haven't followed it that much. I don't know.
I'm a history nerd, so that's this is where I would go. But I would say this, though. there's certain branches. 3 of these branches could under be one. That's where I'm going with Paul Brown. Paul Brown, you look at it, Don Shula is from the Paul Brown, and then Bill Walsh is from the Paul Brown. So that's where it's like, okay, you start with Paul Brown, then you have Bill Walsh, who's a part of that, which is another option. But under Bill Walsh, you have Mike Holmgren. So it all started with Paul Brown, so I'd go with Paul Brown because of that.
Yeah, and it depends, how many generations you go out. There are some great staffs. I remember Tom Landry and Vince Lombardi were on the same staff with the New York Giants with, I forgot who their head coach was, but there are some great mentors, so to speak, of guys that became very good coaches to great coaches.
And obviously I think a lot of the Packer ones are it was Jim Lee Howell, by the way, Giants one.
Thank you.
You look at the Holmgren one, and everybody I think around here is going to know a lot of them, right? It's John Gruden, it's Andy Reid, and Mary
He's the one that got
and,
away. Everybody says Andy Reid. He was the quarterback's coach, and he left to go to Philadelphia, and the rest is history.
So I guess from that aspect, since Holmgren and Walsh are kind of from the Paul Brown tree, I'd go Paul Brown just because. The Parcells one, I mean, you can look at, obviously the big one's going to be Belichick. And then you could actually, from Belichick, take a Nick Saban route from that. But I'd still go Paul Brown.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think Paul Brown is a deserved legend, not only for what he did, but for what he contributed to future
West
great
Coast
coaches.
offense, yep, all that stuff. Yeah, because you could really go down. See, now you got my nerdism coming through. Paul Brown, Bill Walsh, Mike Holmgren, Andy Reid. You can go all the way. Andy Reid, go all the way back to Paul Brown.
Yep.
It's like a family tree almost.
You bet.
So
pretty good family tree.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a quick break. We got one more segment before we get to Mr. Bulks coming up here in just a couple minutes. Tonight, we'll find out who's going to be the National League and AL MVPs as we start to wrap up award season here for Major League Baseball. So, prediction time for that before you head off, intern. Are you going to go?
I think I'm going to go chalk.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Ohtani, and even though I'd like to see Cal Raleigh get it in Seattle, I have nothing against Judge. He's a great player, great guy, but I think for this is a one-year award. It's not a career award, how you've done in your career. And Judge had a great year compared to other players, no question. But I would love to see Cal Raleigh get it. Just he's a catcher and did what he did.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree. I think I'm probably with you here too. It's going to go chalk, but I would have a vote for Cal. I hope we're kind of pleasantly surprised tonight, but I don't think we're going to be.
No, it would be nice, but with the electors that do that sort of thing, they're baseball purists, so to speak, and they look at, I don't know if they look just at numbers or the impact this guy really has on his team.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think Seattle would have gotten where they were without Cal Raleigh this year. And Judge was out. He had some injuries this year, and the Yankees sure didn't overwhelm the world. They made the playoffs, but I don't know. I'd like to see Cal Raleigh, but I have nothing against Aaron Judge. I think he's a great kid, a great player, and I'd love to have him on my team.
Mm-hmm. And we've talked about this before, too, with him and Ohtani for being superstars. It hasn't gone to their head from what we have seen, at least.
No.
They seem like very humble, type of dudes. When Aaron Judge was going through that home run thing, I know a lot of people kind of acknowledge it. I think you might even said something, too. He hits that, he just puts his head down and runs. He's not showboating, not celebrating or anything like that.
He's not a Juan Soto or anybody like that. He hits the ball, runs around the base, and goes in the dugout.
Mm-hmm. I love Ohtani. I think he, every time he leads off a game, he's, saying hi to the catcher. And I've loved it, too. Whenever he hits a foul ball off the catcher, it looks like he's asking if the catcher's okay.
He must. I think his English, obviously, he's been here a few years now. His English is getting better because it looks like he can communicate just a little bit at least.
Mm-hmm.
Like when he gets on first base, he and the first baseman, it's only 10, 15 seconds, but it might be Yahoo or whatever, but I think he's getting more acclimated to the American game, to the United States, and I think he's trying hard.
Right, yeah. So that's the one I think it's rare to see two superstars like that and just the way they carry themselves.
They're more old school.
Yeah, the way they carry themselves is pretty, especially in the markets that they play in, too, New York and Los Angeles.
And I think it shows self-confidence in their game.
Mm-hmm.
They're confident that their game is as good as anybody's. They don't have to show off or do anything. And, they're good guys. They're a credit to the game, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I agree. So, really quick, Pat Murphy, no surprise. Well, the one Pittsburgh writer who apparently didn't have him in top 3 in voting for manager of the year.
Some of these guys should have their votes taken away.
I agree.
I mean, that's nonsensical. That's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it really is. It's just stupidity or jealousy. I don't know what you want to say, but some of these guys that he didn't have them in the top 3.
Nope.
Wow.
Nope.
One of the smallest payrolls. Oh my goodness. That says it all about a guy like that. That's why he's in Pittsburgh and not New York.
Right. So it's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
So that's, I really think, with the whole, how this has kind of gone with Pat Murphy in the first 2 years with the Brewers and such, I think they'll never admit it probably. I think it's caught the Brewers by surprise a little bit.
Oh, I think you're understating it. I think it's by a lot. I think they caught the Brewers by surprise.
Because I think that's part of the reason why maybe Ricky Weeks has transitioned into a front office role, because I'm sorry, when you announce Pat Murphy as manager, you don't announce Ricky Weeks as associate manager.
Never hear that.
You never hear. And it gave the impression of okay, this is on the job training for a couple of years and then Ricky's going to. That now I think is, I don't want Pat Murphy to retire or move on or anything like that.
I wonder how much Pat Murphy might have had a move or a say in, I don't want an assistant manager, associate manager. Ricky might be a nice kid, knows baseball, but I don't want that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if he did or not, but
I think it tells you, too, that they're not hiring a bench coach to replace him.
No.
They're just giving responsibilities to the rest of the staff.
Yep.
So, which I can't wait till he gets ejected because I want to know who's going to be the guy that takes over. Because
that's true.
There's no way he's going 162 straight games without getting ejected at some point.
Start throwing pocket pancakes at the umpires.
Exactly. So.
Did you notice in the playout, maybe, and again, TV isn't a perfect picture, but did you notice, or did it occur to you at all, that these umpires were really calling low pitches strikes? I noticed that it seemed to me that there are a lot of these pitches that were low. I don't know that, and these guys throw sliders that just fall off the table. And it seemed to me there were a lot of pitches that were, especially the lower part of the strike zone, they were calling them strikes. And boy, it's hard enough for these guys to hit those splitters anyway.
Yeah.
But when you're calling that pitch a strike, you're really, really putting them on defense.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, maybe the deception that you get from the TV screen is off, but when the catcher's backhanding the ball down around the ankles, and you watch that pitch when they replay it, that pitch is low. And I just saw a lot of those in the playoffs this year. And I don't know, you don't pay as much attention during the regular season, but I noticed, to me, in the playoffs, there were a lot of these balls that were low that became strikes. And all of a sudden, instead of being 2-0 or 3-0, now you're 1-1 or 2-1, and that completely changes what the pitcher has to throw.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought that, and that's why I don't know if it'll be better if they have that, robotic umpire to, the AI stuff. Whether it'll be better.
The challenge system,
the challenge system. I don't know, but it just seemed to me, but I don't know if it did for anybody else, but when I watched it, I thought, that wasn't a strike. That wasn't a strike. But it was a good postseason.
Yep, it was. All right, we got to take a break, and we'll get Mr. Bolks on, talk a little deer hunting with the opener coming. Are you going to go this year? You talked about it. Opener next weekend?
I'm thinking seriously about it. I haven't gotten my license, but it's nice now. You can buy your license.
And you don't have to wait.
No,
yeah.
I went down to the hunting shack, and they said, "You going to hunt?" I said, "Well, I don't know. I don't have a license. Give me your phone." These young kids took my phone 2 minutes ahead of me. Now you got a license.
Yep.
And I got quite a deal because I hadn't hunted in years.
Yep.
And so I got welcome back. I got a senior citizens discount. I got a welcome back discount. My license cost me $5.
That's not going to be the case this year, though. If you still get the senior citizen one, but
I know
yeah.
it, but it was. How do they know that? Welcome back.
Probably
So,
just how many. They can probably go back to the last
sure
time
they
you
could. But
bought
anyway,
it.
it's Bucky in Indiana. Bucky at Indiana. Indiana is.
Can you root for Indiana?
Oh,
for the play?
Sure.
I can too.
Oh yeah.
I know I have a thing
I
about rooting
rooted
for
them
division.
against Penn State
Mm-hmm.
because I've talked many times about my feelings about Penn State, but no, I think it's neat. They got Mark Cuban, who put his money where his mouth is, and I don't know how much he's given him, but he said, "What do you need to make this better?"
Yeah.
And boy, that guy has made it better.
Yes.
Second in the country, and I don't think they'll have a problem with Wisconsin, but I have a little more confidence Wisconsin will be a little more competitive than they might have been 6 weeks ago.
All right, sir. Appreciate it.
You
We're
bet.
going to take a quick break.
And remember, the Badgers have a better record in the last 2 or 3 weeks than the Packers.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about that. So.
Whoever thought that was going to be happening
Right.
earlier in the year.
Right. All right, quick break. Mr. Bolks will be joining us coming up in just a couple minutes. It's almost here. The opener next weekend coming up. Getting into I haven't seen the Blaze Orange yet getting aired out on the front porches and decks. Maybe I just not looking in the right places and such. But that's going to be the time of year when we really get to see that. So let's bring in our guy, Mr. Jake Boakes, who is joining us on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. Jake, in your travels, have you seen anybody starting to air out the Blaze Orange on their front porch or their back decks yet?
I have.
You have? Oh,
I've
you
seen
lucky. Yeah.
I have. I've seen a little bit more than a couple weeks ago, but to be honest, I do see some guys where it seems like that Blaze Orange just lives hanging off their deck year round.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that I don't know if that counts. I think that's just always there.
Nice. That's always that for me is when it hits, right? When we get to see that, it's kind of, it's like I call it our state flag this time of year. Just hang out some Blaze Orange. So
I think that's a great observation. There's no doubt. It all of a sudden you start driving, it's hanging from the front deck, the back deck, the car, the trees, everywhere. So
yep, exactly.
Probably a good reminder to get mine hanging out. To be honest.
Yeah, same here, and I got to get mine and make sure my kid still fits in his stuff here too. So I got to do that here in the next couple days. So, all right, Jake, should we dive into it? We got a couple questions, so let's run into it if you're ready to go. So this one came in last week, kind of after we touched on something similar to this, but somebody had asked a quick question for Jake, the DNR warden. Can you hunt during the gun season with a crossbow using your crossbow license and not purchase a gun license? This was from John in Lake Hallie.
Yes. So the archery season, the crossbow season, run concurrently with the gun deer season. So if you are an avid bow hunter or for whatever reason, like you're hunting in the city like Hallie, you can't use a gun anyways, no, you don't need to buy a gun deer license. You just have to follow all the normal crossbow or archery license rules, plus you still do have to wear Blaze Orange. Mm-hmm. Anyone hunting, whether you're hunting pheasant or turkey or whatever, and even if you're not hunting deer specifically, if there's a gun deer season, you got to have that Blaze Orange on. So, nope, you don't have to buy it. I always encourage people to buy licenses if they think they're going to be kind of teetering on an edge. This isn't that type of situation, but if someone thinks like, well, maybe I'll go pheasant hunting, maybe I won't, maybe I'll deer hunt or gun deer hunt or muzzleloader hunt or do the bonus holiday hunt, for buying a $7 pheasant stamp or buying a $24 deer hunting license, a gun deer license, it's kind of, if you think you're going to maybe do it, it's better to buy it early and be safe than go hunting and forget you have it and potentially hunt without a license, which is a crime. It's a misdemeanor. So I always say, it's pretty cheap, pretty cheap insurance just to buy it all.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, no doubt about it. So this might be a bad analogy, but could you treat it almost like you mentioned the youth hunt? We can still bow hunt during the youth hunt, but you still got to wear that Blaze Orange. I mean, would it be something similar to that?
Correct. Yep, exactly.
Okay.
It's exactly like that. There's a perfect example of it.
So,
and that's where we find like a lot of bull hunters. I mean, it is earlier in the year and you're not thinking about it, but we find plenty of like adult bull hunters that are out on public lands. And then when we contact them, they don't have it on. They don't have kids probably, so they're not thinking about it, but it is something to be mindful of, that you got to have it on.
Jake, let's touch on the units here, especially when it comes to antlerless tags and that. And it's different this year for some people. If you're in like the 110s or if you have a deer management unit and such. But because we are getting closer to opener next weekend and such, probably a good thing to revisit and re-hit for maybe some people who maybe still are a little bit confused on it or maybe don't realize that they have to get their antlerless tags in those certain areas now.
Yeah, no, that's a great thing to bring up. Appreciate it. So, I think everyone's aware that when you buy an archery license, you get an archery buck tag. When you buy a gun license, you get a gun buck tag. Those are good for just those seasons. The antlerless tags are, obviously they're a little bit more complicated because it's not just like buck anywhere in the state, but it's laid out pretty good in the regulations. And again, I appreciate you bringing it up because it just seems like I've seen a lot of hunters, and not only this fall so far, but when we're doing follow-up from last year still, is that there's a lot of hunters that are just, for example, selecting Eau Claire County is where you're going to hunt, and then just shooting does wherever you want and just registering them on whatever takes that came free with your license. It's really important for a lot of different reasons. One, it's the law, but two, as part of like the herd management and the fairness for everyone, that you know where you can and where you can't shoot antlerless deer or doe. In our county here in Eau Claire, we have the Central Farmland Zone, and we also have the Central Forest Zone, which now has its new DMU, Deer Management Unit, like you had just discussed. And what we see a lot is that people select Eau Claire County, they get the free doe tags, they go down to Augusta, Fairchild, the county forest, shoot a couple does or young fawns, and then register them as Central Farmland deer when they were not shot there. If you do that, not only, is it's illegal in a lot of different ways in the sense of, one, you don't have the tags, you don't have the authorization to be out there hunting. So if you're contacted, you're obviously in violation. And then if you register them as Central Farmland deer, then you're kind of committing fraud, or in our world, it's just like the statute reads, providing incorrect information to the department. And that's like a $565 ticket for registering the deer wrong. Plus, you don't have the authorization, so you'll probably get a citation for shooting a deer in the wrong unit. Plus, we're going to charge you for the restitution for the deer. So shooting a doe in the wrong unit can cost you $1,000 very quickly. And the reason I say it is because I think a lot of it is for fairness, because there's a lot of people that do the right thing that want to hunt does in the DMUs but don't have a tag, so then they don't. They just go for their buck, or they go out of their way to try to get doe tags in a different county and then drive far to try to legally shoot a doe. So it's really, really important that not only that you have a license and, that you make sure you have your buck tag and register it, but, I don't want us to forget about the importance of does and us harvesting them and registering everything legally. So please just make sure before you go out, what doe tags you have, if they're good for public or private, if they're good for a farmland zone or a DMU, and then you're ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it took me a little bit too, just to kind of go back to make sure it's like, okay, this is my unit, because you want to look at the highways too, because in some of those units it goes through a county, right? It's not just this
right.
One unit is this county. You got to look at where the main highways are and try to, and figure out where your land is at too. So that's an important part.
Yeah. And it's an important part to know where you're hunting in relation to it. And the nice thing is that, I have heard a few people give me the excuse of that it's too hard to figure it out, but I actually pulled up the map for this while we were talking, and in our regulations, they have a whole full-size page map of the deer management units and structure, and it breaks it down per county, it breaks it down per road. So like when I'm looking at the Eau Claire Central Forest Deer Management Unit number 201, it shows that it's Highway 27 is the western line, and then the rest of it is just the county border. Mm-hmm. When you look at Deer Management Unit number 202 in Clark County, they do a really good job of breaking it down. The northern line is double M to I to H to G to Highway 73. Like, it's very obvious in here where you have to be within that unit versus if you're outside that unit. So you got to know where you're hunting. And they do that. I'm looking at like the north, and they have it the same way. Like every highway or county highway is labeled here. So where your DMUs are good for. And again, it's not only is it the legal and right thing to do and the ethical thing and following the rules, but it's a huge fairness thing, because if 10, 20 guys go out to the Central Forest Zone and dump 2 deer each, that's 40, 60 does right there that someone that might have legally worked hard to buy that extra bonus tag, which costs extra money, won't have an opportunity at. So so that's really important. And I don't mean to rant on it or sound like the mean game warden on it, but I just think I think some people are forgetting the integrity part of hunting and the ethics part of it, and there's going to be some accountability on that this year for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. So I was perusing around the DNR website here too, and I saw something on here reminding me a question from last week. I think we had from somebody about where public land information and such. Well, the DNR website actually has their online deer camp page that I was looking at, and on there does have maps and areas for public land for people to go out hunt. So I just saw that, and I wanted to throw it out there in case we have that same listener listening from last week. It's kind of a cool thing where it's got where you can purchase your license, regulations, shooting hours, and the public land maps and a whole lot more too. So all that is in one spot on your website.
Nice. Yeah, I like that. The website has come a long ways in the last decade. There's no doubt. Just the amount of information, how they break it down and bring stuff out that's kind of applicable to the season and stuff like that, as well as our regulations. I know we all know the regulations. You each have. There used to be, an individual regulation for deer, small game, bear, everything, and it was all gray shaded, just black and white. And I think they've come a long way with coloring it and adding pictures and better descriptions and making it one big booklet versus a bunch of little ones. So the resources are there. The resources are definitely there. The hard part, or the part that we as hunters need to make sure that we do, and this is myself included, I'd look, when I go to Minnesota, I sit down and read the regs, but even when you're in your own state here, you need to grab the regs and sit down with a couple cups of coffee in the morning or a couple beers in the evening and read through it and make sure you understand what you can and can't do, because that's usually the biggest kind of, I don't know if excuse is the right word, but either excuse or explanation of why someone violated. Is I asked them when the last time they went through the regulations, and they usually say, when I was 13 or something, and they're 40 now.
Yeah.
So it's really important to take that time to go through it.
Mm-hmm. Right, no doubt. So, Jake, we're about a week away from the opener, and I know you're going to be in studio next week, and we'll have a little bit more of a long-form conversation. But, with a week away, what would you maybe suggest or tell hunters to maybe pay extra attention to, or any tips that you would tell them to make sure that they are legally ready to hit the woods with a week and maybe a couple days left to the opener?
Yeah, no, that's awesome, because it's a lot easier to do it today than to do it next Thursday or Friday. But some of the stuff we talked about the last few weeks, one being, either log into your Go Wild account or go down to our DNR office. It's under remodel, but it's open, and just ask them or look on your account and see what you have. Make sure you have a sports license that has your gun buck tag or your gun deer license. Make sure you have, your patron's license. Or a big thing is that if you buy your licenses early in the season, like with your turkey stuff or fish stuff, you can't draw your doe tags at that time because the CDACs aren't completed. So if you haven't been back in there this summer or fall, you probably have no doe tags right now. So if I check you out hunting and you're wherever and you shoot a doe and you don't have your tag pulled, even though it's free, you're still in violation because you don't have a doe tag. So the first thing I would do is make sure you have your licenses and make sure you have your approvals that you want for next week. Make sure you got those doe tags and everything. And then definitely, from a safety aspect, get out there. If you're in a tower blind, that's one thing. I'm sure that's pretty sturdy and ready to go. But if you're going out to your climber or to your hang-on stand that's been there since last November and you haven't touched it, I would encourage you to get out this week or this weekend and make sure that the straps are still good, it's still safe and everything like that. So when you climb up at 5 in the morning next Saturday, it doesn't fall on you, or if that it's even there still. I've heard lots of stories of people where they put stands up and for whatever reason they fall, they get stolen, the tree falls down, and then they get out there opening morning with all the excitement in the world just to find out they're going to end up sitting on the ground for 4 hours. So get your licenses, make sure everything's safe, make sure you have your blaze orange or blaze pink. The old dirty burnt orange isn't going to cut it. You got to have those nice blaze colors. And then otherwise, just plan your hunt. Start getting your snacks ready. Start talking with your co-hunters. Start talking with your family. Start getting your stuff together. Start just getting excited for the hunt because, like you said, it's only 9 days away now.
Right.
So it's coming, and it's a very fun weekend. Even the wardens, even though we don't get to hunt it necessarily, we have a lot of fun working it and patrolling it and talking with excited hunters and seeing deer and hearing stories. So just get excited for it and get ready.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, Jake, we appreciate the time this morning, and looking forward to you stopping in next week for a little bit more of a long-form session. I'm sure we're going to get a lot of questions like we usually do just a couple days before the opener. So appreciate it, man.
Yeah, bring them in.
Yeah.
I do like trying to be stumped. I've answered a lot of questions in my life, so I do like complicated ones here or there, or just ones where, again, I know we've said it before, but there's no dumb questions. If you're asking it, there's somebody else is probably thinking it. So even if it's something real simple, send it in. I'd love to hit it next week.
Exactly. All right, dude. Hey, have a good rest of your week, and we'll catch up with you next
You
week,
too.
sir.
Sounds good. See you in a week.
You got it. There you go. Jake Boakes joining us here this morning, Wisconsin Conservation Warden for the great state of Wisconsin. We got to take our final break for this hour. Get your questions in right now for Mr. Eric Balkman, fantasy football expert. Let him help you set up your lineup for this weekend's games, which will start tonight, Patriots and Jets. So, quick break. We'll be back after these few words. Hey, reminder, I'm still looking for some good stories, some good hunting stories with the opener coming up at next weekend. Don't be afraid to share some. Could be long, could be short. You got some good traditions. Hit me up with an email, mancavepodmail@gmail.com, because I want to make a Man Cave podcast episode out of it, sharing some really awesome hunting stories. They could be funny. They could be about the big deer. They could be about the one you missed. Because let's be real, sometimes those are the ones that really stick in our minds, are the big ones that you missed. Oh yeah, they're nightmares. I've got some, and I'll share them. But I don't want to be the only one sharing this, so I want to hear from you. So if you got some good ones, or maybe you just want to share what are some of your traditions when we get to the opener next weekend, hit me up with an email. All right. 71 or I was going to give you the text line. Hit me up with an email. mancavepodmail@gmail.com. All right. It's easier if you send it to me an email so I can keep it all in one area. So I'm planning on recording that next week. So you got a few days left here. And really, it could just be a story. Maybe you didn't even get a deer. Maybe it was the first time you took your kiddo out or something like that. It's just a cool story, fun story. That's all I'm looking for. All right. I want to be able to share some of your stories so you don't always have to hear my stuff. All right. And I don't have to say your name. If you want to keep it anonymous, please do that too. So again, one more time, email address, mancavepodmail@gmail.com. I know some of you have some good ones. So email them over. All right. Coming up just past 9, we'll kick off the final hour, our happy hour, talking some fantasy football with Mr. Eric Balkman. So last call for any questions that you have for Eric. Please hit us up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line or comment on the video stream. I was reading a little bit in between breaks here, Matt Schneidman's newest piece on The Athletic. Could Jeff Hafley be auditioning for the Giants job when the Packers visit on Sunday? And I think a lot of fans are probably wondering if that's going to be the case, if he is going to be gone sooner rather than later. Quote from Micah Parsons in this piece. He says, I do see it in his future about his head coaching prospects. I think he's a very player-first coach. Same with Mike Zimmer, and same with Q, Dan Quinn. I don't want it to happen sooner than later, but it probably will. You know how this league goes. He's just a hell of a coach, and one thing I like is we communicate on such a high level. When I say I want something to go in, he puts it in. He finds a way to adjust, and usually he's not just telling us to sit in the system. He understands how good we are and what we can be and our attributes and what we can offer, and he puts it in. He just makes the adjustments that you need as a player and doesn't put guys in positions. He puts us in positions to win and not for his own self-esteem, like, this is my defense. He's opened it up night and day since I've been here, and I love it, and the guys love it. I.e., not putting players or not putting square pegs into a round hole. Swear that's what Joe Barry did with his defense. Asking guys to do stuff when they had no business in playing in certain spots or certain assignments. No business. We got a couple more quotes from other players on this defense as well. But, I don't know about the Giants one. If they keep their general manager, too, those are always sketchy situations, right? They get a coach, but what if it goes sour, then the GM's out, and if they bring in a new GM, that coach might not be there for very long and such. I don't know. But is Hafley in a position where, kind of like Ben Johnson was a little bit for the Lions, he almost could pick where he wanted to go? Wasn't really in any rush? Like a lot of Packers fans, man, would love to see at least a Super Bowl come away before Hafley. Or there's probably some Packers fans, too, that probably want Hafley to be the head coach right now in Green Bay. So we'll talk a little bit more about this coming up in the next hour, though. So, all right, Shot clock's going to cut me off. Fantasy football chat coming up after the news updates. Final call for those questions. Got to text me on over, 715-830-1912. Quick break, and we'll be back to kick off the final hour in just a couple minutes. All right, the final hour kicking off right now on this Thursday morning. Had a brain fart there quick. So, oh, man, appreciate you tuning in wherever, however you are tuning in from. We're going to get back to some more Packers talk coming up here in just a little bit. But we kick off this hour like we usually do every Thursday during the football season. Mr. Eric Balkman, High Stakes Fantasy Football Hour, Fantasy Football Players Championship, RotoViz, host over there at the Score in Appleton, the show. You can catch it weekdays. Eric, how you doing, my man?
Doing good, man. Probably better than Matt LaFleur and the Packers right now.
Oh, okay? So is the talk the same over there? I mean, you're closer. You're in the thick of it, man. Is it hot seat talk a lot over there?
Yeah, we've been getting into it. I know there's plenty of people that have wanted him fired for a while. I mean, even before this season, I've talked to people who didn't believe that he was a coach that was ever going to win a Super Bowl with Green Bay. And, when your defense is playing as well as it is and these Packers are setting these records for fewest points given up while still losing all these games at home,
yeah.
I mean, that falls on the coach's head, who is supposed to be a great offensive mind. And, yeah, I know that Romeo Doubs got hurt and Tucker Kraft's been out. You lost Elton Jenkins, so on and so forth. But, if you are really that good at offense, you should be able to scheme some things up. And it's been abysmal lately for the offense.
Yeah, it has. Well, let's jump into it because we do have a question that's related, maybe going up against Green Bay. But the positive side of it has been the defense. John's wondering, his quarterback position is decimated with injuries. Is Jameis Winston a good start this weekend against Green Bay?
No, he's not a good start. However, he's going to be a fun start. One of the things that Winston does that makes fantasy so fun and so maddening is he will pump the ball down the field like it's a bodily function, right? He will put the ball in harm's way, and his receivers will make great plays, but he's going to get picked off too. So if you're decimated at quarterback, yeah, I get it. Maybe you need to throw him in there, but hopefully you can find somebody better. Brissett would be better. Michael Penix would be better. Trevor Lawrence would be better. I'd even, and this sounds like sacrilege, I'd start Justin Fields tonight over Jameis Winston. Geno Smith, I'd for sure start over him. J.J. McCarthy, Marcus Mariota. So, yeah, I mean, you can make the case that Winston's all right, but I got to look away, man. I don't want to start him tonight, or this weekend, excuse me.
Staying with kind of the Packers theme here with the offense and such, I mean, if you have a Packer player starter, are you considering benching him? I know it's kind of a general question without knowing who else is on your team, but when you look at a lot of these guys and the offensive output so far, are you kind of looking like, I'm not going to start a Packer offensive player right now?
Jacobs is the only guy. I don't trust. I know Emmanuel Wilson's gotten like 30% route shares, but only 2 teams on bye this week. You shouldn't have to play him. I don't trust any of the receivers. I've said that over and over again with Dobbs and Watson. I don't know if Golden's going to go this week. Even if he does, he'd be on my bench. Luke Musgrave, if you're in a tight end premium league as maybe a secondary flex, okay, I can kind of get it there, but that's a lot of qualifications. It's Jacobs. I think he has a big week this week, and you're happy you start him, but I don't like anybody else from Green Bay.
Ben's got a running back question. He said, hey, good morning, Eric. Would you start Aaron Jones against the Bears or J.K. Dobbins against the Chiefs?
But we don't know. I mean, I'm trying to find more information on this Dobbins injury, right? The last I saw that they were still considering placing him on injured reserve with that foot injury that he actually played through at the end of that last game that they had against Las Vegas. I am of the opinion that I think if they were going to put him on IR, they would have done it by now, but I don't think he goes this week against the Chiefs, and it's not a great matchup anyway. So short answer is Aaron Jones here is who you play.
Chad's got a question. PPR, 3 options here for the flex: Spears, Hubbard, or DeMarcado.
Spears is going to have a tough matchup against the Texans, beg your pardon. It is at home at least, so there's that. Mari DeMarcado kind of took over the backfield over Bam Knight last week. So you do like that. Again, not a great matchup against San Francisco, but probably a better one than what Tyjae Spears had. And you said the other running back was who?
Hubbard.
Oh, yeah, Chuba Hubbard. Yeah, so Chuba Hubbard is going to be at Atlanta. That's not a great matchup at all. Rico Dowdle, he was getting like 80% of the carries, 90% of the routes. So Hubbard's right out. I think I lean Spears here. I mean, Chad knows this is not a great selection, not a great crop to choose from here. But I think I'm going to lean Spears here. It's close between him and DeMarcado, though.
We have a tight end question. Kyle Pitts or Noah Fant? And that's from Matt.
Yeah, it's Pitts. I don't overthink it. I understand that Noah Fant has had his games this year. I think Tanner Hudson is I should be more up to date on this, but I know he had the concussion. I think he's playing this week. I could be wrong on that, which is going to eat into Noah Fant. You're also looking at T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, especially Chase getting massive target shares. The Bengals lit up this Steelers defense in week 7. I don't see that happening a second straight time. Kyle Pitts against the Panthers I like quite a bit this week. That is such a concentrated target offense in Atlanta. It's usually going to one of 3 spots, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, or Bijan Robinson. And when you can have that and you're going up against a middling defense, then, yeah, I think Pitts is the play.
We've got Chris with a text. Hey, guys, love this segment. Eric, I can't believe I'm asking this. Should I start Joe Flacco this weekend over Jared Goff?
You know what's crazy? Number one, yes, you absolutely should be asking that. And number 2, yes, I'd be playing Joe Flacco over Jared Goff. Goff is a different quarterback when he is not indoors, especially when he's on the road outdoors. It usually has not been great for him. Now, Dan Campbell took over offensive play calling last week, and Goff had a good game. So did Jamison Williams. And I think it's fine if you have to play Goff. I don't really want to play him this week against Philadelphia. We saw what that Eagles defense was able to do on Monday night. Flacco did not participate in practice yesterday. I think it's a precautionary thing. I believe he's going to practice today, and if that's the case, then, yeah, I feel really good about starting him against Pittsburgh over Goff in Philly.
We got a running back question. This don't have a name for this one, but they're asking, should I go with Woody Marks or should I go with White from Tampa Bay?
So Marks last week had one of his highest usages of the season, both in the running game and in the ground game. Now, or running game and the passing game, excuse me. Now, this is a positive game script probably for Houston this week. They're like 7.5-point favorites against the Tennessee Titans, which could mean more Nick Chubb. Bucky Irving actually returned to practice in a limited fashion yesterday. So we have to start looking at, okay, if Irving plays, this immediately means Rachaad White is on the bench, especially when your alternative is Woody Marks. If you look at when these games are being played, they're both at noon on Sunday. So we will know if Bucky Irving is active or not. If he is inactive, I think you play Rachaad White. If he's active, then it's a slam dunk Woody Marks.
Travis has a text here. He's like, okay, you got my curiosity piqued when you guys were talking Flacco. I have Jordan Love, but Flacco on the bench. Do I start Flacco over Love this weekend?
Yeah, I would. It's close, but I think the way that you beat the Giants is on the ground. They have not been a good run defense all year, and we've seen how much Matt LaFleur has loved to run the football this year. He's going to have a lot of success doing it against the Giants. So I think that Jordan Love has another underwhelming week. Maybe I'm too high on Flacco, but, I mean, I would play him over Sam Darnold. I would play him over Love. I would play him over Caleb Williams. I think it's close between him and even a guy like Matthew Stafford this week too. I think I'd still lean Stafford there, but it's close. But yeah, Flacco I think is a borderline top 10 quarterback in Week 11.
Should I start? This is This is from a different chat here. Wide receiver DJ Moore or Tet McMillan?
Moore did not practice yesterday, but I think that's 5 weeks in a row that he has not practiced on a Wednesday, and he still ended up playing in the game. I think that this is probably closer than a lot of people think. Atlanta's pass defense has actually been pretty good against perimeter wide receivers. I think the volume is going to be there with McMillan. You know, Burden played in sort of semi-limited fashion last week, but he looked so good when he was out there that I wonder if he starts taking snaps away from DJ Moore. Ain't nobody taking snaps away from Tedairoa McMillan. So I think I'd play him here and leave DJ Moore on the bench.
We got Rick with a question. He said, hey, Eric, with Jameis Winston now getting the start for the Giants, should I start Wan'Dale Robinson at receiver or flex this week, PPR?
Yeah, I think Wan'Dale Robinson is a great play. I mean, I thought he was a great play with Jackson Dart. He has always been a guy, especially in PPR leagues, full PPR leagues, you know, where they call him the scam or whatever, you know, the PPR scam that, or the PPR spam is another one too with Wan'Dale Robinson. He just gets a lot of stuff over the middle. And it hasn't really, you know, been a game breaker for his career. He's more in like the 6 for 60 and a touchdown every other week or something like that when he's running hot. Packers defense is good. But I think Robinson, the Giants are going to be forced into a negative game script, and what Robinson's going to be involved. And he already demonstrated, week 2 or week 3, when he was catching all those balls downfield. Granted, against the Cowboys, but it was Russell Wilson too. And Robinson was making plays downfield as well. So it depended upon what your other options are, then maybe Robinson's not the best play. But, I mean, he's better than Jordan Addison this week for sure. Khalil Shakir. Cortland Sutton, I would play him over Cortland Sutton this week. He's got that bad matchup against the Chiefs. Jamison Williams, I'd keep on the bench in favor of Wan'Dale Robinson. So those are all players that Robinson should be in for.
Garrett's got another wide receiver question. He's wondering if he should keep Deebo Samuel in the lineup or should he start Christian Watson going up against the Giants?
You know, Samuel has been fading a little bit here, and obviously going from Jaden Daniels to Marcus Mariota isn't doing him any favors. But I still reiterate what I say about Christian Watson. That dude is good for 1, maybe 2 plays a game. And granted, they'll be big plays. They'll be like a 40 or 50-yard catch, maybe a touchdown. But Samuel gets involved more so than Watson does. That game is, by the way, just a friendly reminder, 8:30 kickoff in Madrid, Spain on Sunday between the Commanders and Dolphins. So make sure you get Samuel in your lineup there over Christian Watson. That's the way I would play it, Dan.
We got a defense question to kind of, or actually a couple of them to wrap it up here. He's wondering, don't have a name, I'm assuming it's he or she, Philadelphia or Green Bay's defense going up against the Giants? A lot of Green Bay questions.
Yeah, I have to make this decision in the league. I've been carrying Green Bay and Philly's defense most of the season. No question, it's the Packers. If there's ever a week, it's that scene from Armageddon where Ben Affleck's in the drill on the asteroid, and he's asking Bruce Willis to trust him. He's like, if you've ever trusted me once in your life, trust me now. If you've ever thought the Packers defense were going to get multiple turnovers in a game, it's going to be this week when they face Jameis Winston. Philly, they're at home, but it is the Lions offense. That's not the greatest matchup for them. The Packers do have a good matchup, even though they're on the road, so I'm playing Green Bay over the Eagles.
Finally, then, we've got Andrew with a defensive question saying, I need a new defense, scouring the waiver wires and matchups. Tell me I'm wrong that the Cowboys going up against the Raiders could be a sneaky pick.
It is a sneaky pick. I can't tell you you're wrong because you're right. I actually picked them up in a couple of leagues last night in the leagues I've been streaming defenses. And as weird as it sounds, I will be streaming the Cowboys defense against the Raiders in a couple of spots. It was a rough week for streaming defenses. There's not a whole lot of great options out there. Chicago, I think, is okay. Atlanta's pretty good if you can pick them up. And if anybody gave up on the Ravens, they get Cleveland this week. You can pick them up and start them in a pinch as well. But, I think Dallas is fine.
He's Eric Balkman, Fantasy Football Players Championship, High Stakes Fantasy Football Hour, RotoViz, Better Network. Also hosts the show, The Score in Appleton over at, in Appleton, Fox Valley. Prediction time. You got the Packers picking up a win this weekend, dude?
Yeah, I did on Monday too, and I was totally wrong about that. But the Giants are a reeling team. One of the things that does give me pause is sometimes the first game with the interim coach, the players are a little bit fired up because of the change, and maybe that works against the Packers. But I do think their defense is just going to be too good. I think that they finally force these turnovers, and they come away with a victory. Let's just say 26-17. We'll say 26-17 Green Bay wins.
All right. I like it. Dude, appreciate the time as always, man. Enjoy the games this weekend, and we'll catch up with you soon.
You got it, Dan. Enjoy your weekend, man. Thanks for having me.
You got it. There you go. Eric Balkman, High Stakes Fantasy Football Hour, Fantasy Football Players Championship, RotoViz, Better Network, and also the host of the show at The Score over in Appleton, Fox Valley. So, all right, let's take a quick break. Let's get back to some more green and gold chats coming up after these quick words. I want to revisit a little conversation we had in the first hour. And in case you missed it, maybe you weren't up and at it that early, but NFL Network, or I should say NFL.com, has a piece up that says 19 players and coaches with the most at stake in the second half. And no Packers are listed. No Packer player, no Packer coach listed on there. Okay. So I want to change it up, audible it, and rephrase the question. Do you think, or who do you think, and it doesn't have to be just players or coaches. We could throw the word out of persons. Who, from a Green Bay sense, is or has the most stake in the second half of this regular season? Players, coaches, maybe even front office. And I threw out a few different names. Obviously, two of the main people that are getting constantly talked about across national platforms, fan blogs, fan social, whatever. Matt LaFleur, Jordan Love. Those are the two most popular picks. Those are the two most popular people, hot topic, hot button items when we throw this type of question out there. It's going to be those two. And I get it. It's the head coach who happens to also be the offensive play caller. And what is the biggest disappointment maybe on this team so far? It's been the offense. And then it's the quarterback. But if we were to throw or add some more names to this, who would they be? Kind of think a little bit deeper into this, a little bit more outside the box, if you will. I'll throw some names out here. Okay? I'll throw a couple names out here. I think one coach that has a lot at stake for the second half for this stretch run is offensive line coach Luke Butkus. I am a believer that a lot of the Packers' offensive issues are stemming from the offensive line play. It's not to absolve Matt LaFleur, Jordan Love, dropped passes from receivers. It's not to absolve any of that. But I am a believer that some of this stuff, whether it's certain play calls or rush throws or whatever, a lot of it is stemming from poor offensive line play, both in run blocking and in pass protection. And I know numbers say pass protection-wise, Green Bay's better than run blocking, but we just saw that Eagles game again. And I'm a believer. You don't have to agree with it, but it's my opinion that Jordan Love was affected by the pass rush, even if they weren't getting home. I don't think he looked like a guy Monday night that did not trust his offensive line, that he was maybe feeling some ghosts or such. And you look at this group, and it's going to be a little bit harder. Now, I've seen some instances where, and it's really good. Pete Daughtry, who covers the Packers, he covers them for a long time, and PackersNews.com. And earlier on this morning, for on the air, I was going through. He does a chat with some of the fans and questions, and one of the questions that he was talking about or answering, one listener or one reader threw out the comparison in 2010 when Nick Barnett went down with an injury. Desmond Bishop got into the starting lineup. And Desmond Bishop was, special teams guy, great player, just was behind A.J. Hawk and Nick Barnett. Well, Nick Barnett got hurt, and then Desmond Bishop came in, and Desmond Bishop played better linebacker. It was actually kind of an upgrade. And you've got some people, and that was kind of the question thrown out there, could that be the case here with Sean Ryan going in for Elgton Jenkins? It remains to be seen. Okay, Elgton Jenkins is a former All-Pro lineman, first year at center. I think we would all, maybe not all, but I think a lot of us would say maybe the transition to center hasn't gone as smooth as initially thought. But could Sean Ryan come in and could it be a little bit better? Now, Sean Ryan isn't a center full-time by trade either. He has practiced at it. He has gotten some work at it. But is it possible? It's possible. But again, we don't know. And the other part in this thing, too, is going to be interesting to watch with this offensive line going forward is the communication from that offensive line. Elton Jenkins, especially going on the road, okay? You got silent counts, guard will tap the center and such. Elton Jenkins was still doing that as the center. So you've got him not only doing that, calling out assignments and such. Now you're putting a little bit more on Sean Ryan. That's why I look at this is a coach, Luke Butkus. How he's going to get that offensive line to play at a high level with no Jenkins, with Sean Ryan coming in at center, but also just playing better football. Because I think a lot of the issues on offense is stemming from this, the inability to consistently run the ball well. Not as good as last year. That brings to the question is like how valuable was Josh Myers maybe at center? He's not the best center in the league for crying out loud, but the trickle-down effect from him because he leaves, you slide Jenkins over, and then they sign Aaron Banks. If they would have kept Myers and ran it back with this group, would they be better? I don't know. It's a what if. But if I'm looking at some coaches who are looking at this stretch run here, maybe some jobs at stake or looking for a better performance and such, I'd throw Luke Butkus in there. I'd throw Adam Stanovich in there because he is their former offensive line coach. You look at some of the offensive stuff, I'd throw him into there. I'd also throw the wide receivers coach. And we talked about it before. But their wide receivers coach, Ryan Mahaffey. Last year, issues with drops. Drops. Now you got injuries this year, and I get it. It's you really can't. That's not his fault. And I don't know how much I fault him for Bo Melton playing more than like a Malik Heath. I think that was more of a LaFleur, maybe even a upper decision and such. But it's like still had a couple drops, a couple big time drops in that. Are we seeing growth? Are we seeing progression from the wide receivers? That's the question to ask. And I think, from Matthew Golden, have we seen the production that maybe we were hoping or even expecting this year? No. But again, is that because of coaching or is it because of production, lack of production or lack of opportunities? But I'd throw those names in there along with maybe a little Matt LaFleur. Other players, I would look at guys like a Luke Musgrave, who, and again, the player one is hard to kind of, for some players, it's kind of hard to say, okay, who are the players with the most at stake down this stretch run when they're maybe not the quarterback or the main target and such, because a lot of it is dependent on the opportunities they're going to get. But I would look at this as Luke Musgrave has a lot at stake down the stretch run here from a financial standpoint, maybe from a job standpoint, maybe not necessarily for next year, but after his contract's done, if he could go in this stretch run and put up some great numbers and showcase the receiving threat that we were all kind of hoping that we would see from him being a second-round pick, the guy that stretches the field, the guy that goes up the seam and that, this is an opportunity for him with no Tucker Kraft, and the offense definitely needs it. But is that mostly him, or is he going to get those opportunities? I'd throw a guy like Dontavian Wicks for a lot of the same reasons. Throw a little Romeo Dobbs in there, too, because he's entering his final year. He's got a lot at stake in terms of Moolah contract status. Dontavian Wicks, He also has something at stake. Could he be the odd man out if Green Bay decides to keep Romeo Doubs? Maybe Dontavian Wicks is the odd man out. I don't know. But those are just some of the players. I'd throw out same thing for defensively, maybe like a Quay Walker, Devontae Wyatt. What's at stake? Cash. Cold, hard cash money contracts. And I'd also throw a little Carrington Valentine in there too. Because is it crazy to say that Carrington Valentine right now is the top corner on Green Bay? I don't think so. I don't think it's crazy at all. Could you make the case that another person that has a lot at stake in this stretch run, second half of the season, could you make a case Goody does a little bit too? Now, I would put, if I were to rank him, I'd probably put him down fairly low. I don't think Goody's going anywhere. Okay, I don't. The Parsons trade, it's working out. Aaron Banks and Nate Hobbs, nope. And depending on how the rest of this season goes and how, the results of this and how they win or lose, Parsons trade will be looked upon and that'll be talked about the most. But right now, it sure looks like the Hobbs and the Aaron Banks signings were not good moves by Goody. And since we were just talking about the offensive line, they invested a lot of money into Aaron Banks. And that's the thing is like Hobbs and Banks don't necessarily have a lot at stake in the second half. Maybe so, and just like, guys, you got to play up to that contract. You got to play at a higher level. You got to be better. First of all, get healthy, but you got to be better. That's what's at stake here. But considering their contract, they're probably going to be back next year. And right now, they look like bad deals. I don't want to. I know some people are already throwing out comparisons like, oh my God, worst free agent signing since like Martellus Bennett, Joe Johnson, stuff like that. Let's get through this first. Let's get through the first season, and then we can kind of bring that up. But maybe you can kind of throw him in there too. Heck, stretch run. If you want to talk about guys with a lot at stake that improve their stocks, none other than Jeff Hafley. I mean, in this, Jeff Hafley's stock is rising. And if this defense continues to do what they're doing, I mean, to hold the Eagles to just 10 points, and you look at the schedule upcoming after the Giants, especially, games against the Lions, division games, Ravens, Broncos. If this Packers defense performs incredibly well against those teams, Hafley's stock is going to continue to rise. So in that essence, he has a lot at stake during the second half as well. But if we just kind of pose the question, who's got the most at stake to maybe not get fired or not get let go, I think you point a lot to the offensive side in this thing. And right now, if I were at this point, because I don't know what the next 8, 7, 8, 9, whatever, how many weeks are left, and if they get to the postseason, I don't know how it's going to play out. But right now, on November 13th, I don't think LaFleur gets fired at the end of the season. If I were to be asked that right now and be like, okay, end of the season, right now, at this moment, does he get fired? I would say no. But I could be wrong. But I could see changes. Very similar to last year where, okay, this team could not get any pressure in a defensive line. So what'd they do? They got a new defensive line coach. Okay, this team, offensive line stunk. That might be a little dramatic. Not that great this year. They took a step back. I could see a change at offensive line coach. I could see a change at wide receiver coach. And to bring up Pete Daughtry's chat again, and he brings up a good point. If we rewind it to the beginning of the season, in the offseason, the whole Ed policy is not giving us an extension to both Goody and LaFleur, but And at that time, before the season started, they had 2 years left. But he also said, I don't believe in coaches coaching with just 1 year or that lame duck status. So it sure seems like then there's going to be 2 options on the table after this season's over with that Ed Policy has to decide. And we'll keep it with the head coach side. He either, like Pete said, maybe LaFleur gets a 3 to 4 year extension, or he's let go. It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of middle ground. Because I think if he gets a 1 year extension after this season, it's like, okay, we're gonna give you a 1 year extension, so it's 2 years left on your deal. But if it's a 1 year extension, we know what that means. It's, you got to prove it. We know you're 1 year under your contract, but we're going to give you a 1 year extension. That's essentially like giving a player a 1 year deal, a 1 year prove it deal. You signed your coach to a 1 year extension. That's the same thing. We're going to give you another year. You need to prove it before we give you a long-term extension. So I guess there's kind of 3 options here. And 3 options would tell us a lot about what Ed Policy is thinking about for Matt LaFleur if we just kind of focus on Matt LaFleur. But you can say the same thing about Goody, too, if he were to do the same thing. Fired, 1 year extension, prove it. I'm kind of on the fence. 3 to 4 years, you're committed. I feel like it's going to be 3 to 4 or they're going to cut ties. I don't know if there's going to be that middle ground between it. And I think a lot is going to depend on how the rest of the season shapes up, how it continues to unfold. As long as there's no major injuries to major players in that, how the Packers finish this season, if they get to the postseason, how far they advance to the postseason is going to dictate a lot of the futures for this. And the thing is, too, remember, they don't have, for the next 2 years, any first-round picks to come in and kind of help them out on the offensive side or maybe getting a corner in the first round of the draft. They don't have that. Can't bank on that. And we know the salary cap next year, tight. That's why I think you have a lot of people, a lot of fans, and maybe even the Packers themselves that put a ton of pressure on this particular ball club for this year because it's going to look a lot different next year. And then before he got hurt, there was probably a really good chance that they were going to have to lock up Tucker Kraft to a massive extension entering his final year. Now that he's hurt, maybe you could kind of pause that a little bit. So this is going to be, I think, as a fan, I think this is going to be kind of a stressful last second half stretch run here. Because there's going to be a lot of scoreboard watching with division teams, NFC teams. But not only that, a lot of angst watching your own team because I don't think we're going to know what to expect. What kind of performance are we going to go in there and expect? And it's going to be like that every single week for the rest of these 2, 4, 6, 8 games. And after this Giants one, not to overlook them because you factor in that new head coach energy, new starting quarterback energy, regardless of who they are, it's a thing, and a lot of teams play off that. This is going to be an interesting stretch run here. Giants, Vikings, Lions on a short week, Bears, Broncos in Denver, Bears, Ravens, Vikings. How many more wins do you feel like this team's going to get to in the second half? In those final 8 games, what do you think that record's going to be? And what do you think it has to be to get into the postseason? Can they get to double digit? They're sitting there at 5-3-1. Is there 5 wins in this final 8 weeks to get to at least 10? And then maybe finish with a 10-6-1 record? Would that be 17? Is there 5? Okay, Giants. I'm not going to bury the headline. I'm picking Green Bay to win this weekend. Can you get both against the Vikings? That's 3. I mean, what's your best bet? And then trying to sweep the Bears to get to 5? And that's losses against Ravens, Broncos, and Lions. Is there 5 wins to get to double-digit wins? You'd think, but look at what we've been witnessing here lately. All right, we got to take a quick break. Ran a little long there, but that's okay. So, all right, quick break. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Coming up in just a little bit, we'll get to our picks as we wrap up things this morning. But again, a final reminder, don't forget to get your picks in for our Pro Football Weekly Pick'em Challenge and through our Survivor Pick'em Challenge. If you've been participating, you already know the drill. You just head to our website, sportstalk1051.com, click on the Fan Cave tab, scroll all the way down, and boom, bada bing, bada boom, get your picks in that way. So we got Jets, Patriots tonight. Yeah, Patriots could get to 9 wins. 9 wins, the New England Patriots, man. So for my money, I'd throw Drake May or Jonathan Taylor as MVPs. I know they're not the favorites, but that's who I would pick right now for first half MVPs. 2 of the more surprising teams so far this year, and Taylor's lighting it up, and Drake May, a big reason why New England is in the position that they're at. I'd throw those in there. Just kind of looking at, I mean, Tampa Bay, Buffalo, that's a huge game, I think. Probably more so for Buffalo, but you got 2 6-3 teams coming off of losses last week, especially if New England wins tonight against the Jets. They improved to 9-2. Buffalo, they fall to 6-4, and they already have a loss to New England. Ooh. Yeah, and then you got what are some other ones here? Oh, of course, the Seattle and the Rams one. I mean, we'll make these picks coming up tomorrow and such, but 2 7-2 teams in a fight for that NFC West division. Kansas City, Denver. Could Denver almost deliver a big-time blow to KC and a potential playoff spot? Denver's at 8-2. Kansas City's 5-4. Could Denver give them just this big punt? Right now, Kansas City's not in the postseason if it started. And then, of course, Detroit versus Philadelphia. So, hey, Green Bay, take care of your business. If Green Bay takes care of their business, they win. They pick up a win against the Giants, get to 6-3-1. Packers fans, you got to root for Minnesota. Then Chicago would drop down to 6-4. And you got to root for Philly. Detroit would drop down to 6-4. So then we're back to being at the top of the division after this week. But Green Bay's got to take care of their own stuff first. Take care of your own business first before we even get to that. But that's how tight, and that's how quickly things could change on a dime in the NFC. So, all right, we'll take our final break, and then we'll get to some picks. We've got some hoops games, some hockey games, all that fun stuff. So, and then, of course, Thursday Night Football. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes. All right, let's wrap it up here this morning. We got some picks to get to. We're going to hit up some hockey, some NBA, and some men's college basketball games. Let's start off in the NHL world. Got the Kings taking on the Toronto Maple Leafs. I'll go Toronto. Dallas taking on Montreal. Give me the Canadiens in Montreal. Boston, Ottawa. I'm going to go with Ottawa. Anaheim taking on Detroit. Got to go with my Ducks. Capitals, Florida. I'll go Florida. I'll go Florida for this one. Edmonton, Columbus. I'll go Edmonton. Buffalo at Colorado. I'll go with the Avalanche. San Jose at Calgary. I'm going to go with Calgary. Islanders, Vegas. Give me Vegas. Winnipeg, Seattle. I don't care that Winnipeg's favored. Give me the Kraken for crying out loud. So Seattle Kraken picking up the W. NBA-wise, we got 3 games on the docket tonight. Toronto taking on Cleveland. Give me Cleveland. Pacers, Phoenix. I got the Suns. See, Grayson Allen just like the other night dropped over 40. Atlanta at Utah. Give me the Hawks. We got a really solid college basketball game on the men's side tonight. Number 2 Purdue taking on number 8 Alabama in Alabama. I'm gonna go Purdue though to pick up the victory. I'll go with them. Was another one I think I wanted to pick here. Let me scroll. Oh, Green Bay at St. Thomas. St. Thomas is favored in this thing by 13.5. They're 1-2 so far, but they're first in the Summit. Tied for because they don't have any division games. North Dakota State, South Dakota, and South Dakota State are all 2-2. Green Bay. I mean, you want to talk about critical years and such. Green Bay's 1-2 so far this year. What was their win against Ripon College? I'm gonna go St. Thomas. I'm gonna go St. Thomas. Is there another one I wanted to pick? I think. Is UW Green Bay women's in action tonight too? Let me see if I can bring that schedule up here. Let's go through let's do one more pick before I get cut off. Yeah, so we've got that's Wednesday night games. I want Thursday. Yeah, we got New Hampshire at Green Bay for women's basketball. That's actually at 11 o'clock this morning. So we're just an hour away from that. Green Bay 3-0. We know they've got a fantastic program. Wins against Stevens Point, Loyola Chicago, North Dakota. Give me the women's team. And then UW Green Bay versus Wisconsin coming up a couple days from now. So, heck yeah. All right, tomorrow's the Football Friday. Also, local sports roundup. High school 11-player. We're going to find out who's going to states. We already know the 8-player championship. McDonald and Gilman. Brainerd will break it all down for us. Have a good rest of your day. Same place, same time tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. We'll talk to you then.